On this episode of the podcast, I sit down and have a conversation with Joshua Erickson. Now, I've known Joshua for just about a year. He's a Mormon fundamentalist that takes a very holistic view at Mormonism. Rather than seeing the gospel and the restoration as being divided up in between the New and Old Testaments, he tends to look at it as a whole. Now, the outgrowth of having this point of view is that Joshua and his family practice Mormonism in conjunction with holding many ancient Jewish traditions, including celebrating the feast days as it's outlined in the Old Testament. We cover that, as well as touch on other subjects such as America being a continuation of the story of the House of Israel. That's next on this edition of the Mormon Renegade Podcast. So I just want to take a moment to thank you, the listener. When I started this podcast, I wasn't sure if anyone would really listen. Now, to my surprise, this thing has taken on a life of its own. And that's all due to you, the listener, spending your time here with me, and it means a great deal to me. Now, as a husband and father, I'm keenly aware of how important time is. It feels like there's just never enough of it. So when you are spending your time here listening to this podcast, I feel a responsibility to never waste your time. In that spirit, as this podcast has grown, I feel like I need to do you, the listener, justice. I want to continue to produce good content and upgrade the audio quality. That takes better equipment and better software, and that all takes money. Now, I've tried to advertise, but you'd be surprised. There's not a lot of people wanting to advertise on a Mormon Fundamentalist podcast. I know, surprising, right? So I now humbly ask that if you have means that you'd consider a small donation to the podcast so I can make those investments in equipment and software. If you feel like that's something that you can do, go check out MormonRenegade.com and hit the donate tab. If you're not in that position to do so, I completely understand. We're all squeezed right now with high gas prices and high inflation. So even if you can't, please keep listening and maybe keep the podcast in your prayers so we can continue to grow, produce good content, and better audio quality. Thank you.
You're listening to the Mormon Renegade Podcast.
Well, Josh, I can't appreciate you enough being here, man. I know you're busy. You got a family, a job, so the fact you made time here, man, I really, really appreciate it.
Yeah, my pleasure. I've been looking forward to it for, I think you asked me like more than a month ago.
Yeah, it's been about 6 to 8 weeks, if I'm not mistaken. So, real quick, were you raised in fundamentalism? Were you always a fundamentalist?
Yes and no. The formal answer is no. Definitely not raised in fundamentalism. I was raised in the LDS Church. You know, I don't know how many generations back my family goes, but I have people on both my mother and father's side, you know, that were in the handcart companies, okay. Martin and Willie handcart company, even on both sides. So as early as it goes. But I had a father who was a scriptorian and loved the scriptures, and he did his best to kind of instill that in his children. When I was a child, and he would just go on and on. Sometimes we would have our family home evenings, or just family scripture study, and we didn't do it faithfully all the time, but he did his best. But when he got going, he would just go for hours. Sometimes, like, he could go for hours, and it was painful as a child a lot of times, except for the times when he would turn it around and he would say, "Ask me questions." And then that was fun. And then he could go for hours that way too. And we'd just ask him questions, and he would talk about the gospel. And he was very faithful, Latter-day Saint, and was on, had many callings, and was on the High Council when he died. But he loved everything about the gospel. And we had conversations that, as I got older, when I was preparing to go on a mission, and after I'd come back from a mission, then we talked about kind of the deeper things, so to speak, about polygamy, about consecration, about kind of controversial things in church history about Adam God. He told me about his experience when he was a teenager. He went out, he and a cousin of his went out into the woods and just like camped out for 3 or 4 days, and they were fasting and trying to figure out their testimonies and where they fit in the gospel and stuff. And his cousin brought along a copy of volume 15, I believe, of the Millennial Star. Yeah. Yep. And anyway, they read that, and that was all eye-opening. And so we talked about that, and he told me actually that I'm the oldest of 7 siblings.
Oh wow.
7 children, but like he told me, he's like a lot of your brothers and sisters, like they're I've raised them in the church, and they're very churched, and I can't talk to them about these things. So there was always that kind of awareness that there was more things to believe about the gospel than the standard presentation in Sunday school.
And that all comes from your dad.
It was all from my dad.
That's awesome. So why is it you think that that your dad was able to recognize that? Now, what was it about you where you kind of clung to those things and maybe your siblings didn't?
Oh, I don't know. That's a good question. But why are people interested in the things they're interested in?
Okay.
We don't even understand ourselves sometimes.
Right.
Why we are, why we have the proclivities that we do. But I did, and so that was kind of a special thing that my dad and I had. Was talking about the gospel.
So at what point? So it sounds like your dad's like quasi-fundamentalist. Then would that be a fair statement in the sense of he held to some of those doctrines, but was very much in support of the current leadership within the LDS Church?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, he talked to me about. He went to BYU and got a degree in paleontology. But while he was there at BYU, there was I don't remember the name of the shop, but there was like a print shop neighboring BYU campus, and he would go and talk to the owner, and I don't remember his name, but the owner was a fundamentalist, polygamist. Okay. And my dad would go and just talk with him, and he would like show my dad all these cool documents that he had copies of, and my dad had like boxes full of these historical Mormon documents.
That's so cool.
And so he just ate all that stuff up, and yet just remained faithful in the church. And I don't know, he just wasn't really bothered, I guess.
Right.
Like he's like, yeah, the church doesn't talk about this stuff, and the church has changed some things, and I even disagree with some of the changes. But I'm, but I have the knowledge myself, I guess, and I am accountable to myself, and they're accountable to that for their actions, and I'm just doing good wherever I am.
Yeah, and I don't think that's at all a sketchy place to be, so to speak. I think that. At least in my time in the LDS Church, 20 plus years, a lot of the old timers I talked to were that way, right? They knew about it, right? But it didn't affect their participation in the LDS Church, which I think is a completely valid way to go. And I would dare to say that there's probably quite a few folks out there. So at what point do you begin to look and say, okay, something's awry, and you feel like you need to go and become a fundamentalist?
Yeah, that's a good question. I probably never would have left the church. In fact, I still feel like I didn't leave the church. Like they kicked me out,
Right.
And I have, I mean, I know people who feel that way. It's like, I never left the church. They left me, that kind of
right
thing. So it was, I mean, it really was when I became a polygamist.
Okay.
So, and even then, actually, it was really funny. I listened to your story, and that we have a lot of things in common, actually. So, I could give you a little story about that, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely, if you're
All
up for it.
Yeah. So I was in Tooele, and I just gotten out of graduate school. I'm a chemist by training, so in Tooele, and my wife Charlotte had an online friend. They had met on a forum about like natural birth.
Okay.
And stuff like that. So then eventually they met in person over raw milk. So Melissa had a cow, and she would sell raw milk, as quote pet food.
Right. Nice.
And so she had all this pet food that was going to go bad because she'd gotten more than people wanted, and she put out a message on this forum saying, "Come and get this pet food," And so Charlotte did, and Melissa lived in Erda, which is just a few miles down the road from Tooele. So they were friends for a number of years. Melissa had a really bad marriage, and which eventually fell apart. It was actually her second marriage. So her first marriage was no good either. And leading up to this, though, my wife and I had felt like we need to prepare to have someone live with us. And we had had a lot of strong promptings in that direction. We had kind of gotten our house ready with guest bedrooms and furnished them, even though we didn't really have guests that often or anything like that. We had, gotten 7 years of food storage and all of those things. And we thought, probably like one of my brothers is going to like lose his job and his family's going to have to come live with us or something like that. Okay. And then at the same time, we didn't know this till later, but Melissa, she felt kind of the opposite. Like she felt like she is going to be leaving. She should be eating down her food storage and, having these kind of conflicting, or not conflicting to each of us, but compared to one another, we're kind of getting opposite instructions.
Right.
Later on, we kind of compared this to Israel and Joseph.
Okay. Yep.
Like Joseph was told to get the food storage and prepare for the famine, and Israel was told to go to Egypt.
Right.
So anyway, things come to a head with Melissa's bad marriage, and she's actually kicked out along with her children from a previous marriage. And she basically has nowhere to go. She calls Charlotte and says, asks. Actually, she did not ask anything. She was just telling Charlotte about her predicament. Okay. And then Charlotte doesn't say anything. Charlotte kind of hangs up the phone, and then asks me, says, "Hey, Melissa needs a place to stay. Do you think she could come stay with us?" And when Charlotte says that, the
light bulb goes off.
I have an audible voice that says, "Melissa is coming to be your wife. Is coming to your house to be your wife." Yeah, and I just yes, and I don't express that at all. Anyway, I just say
no, because you're smart.
I say to Charlotte, that would be fine.
Right.
And and we've got place, and her kids can, it's close enough that they can just commute to school and stuff in Erda. And then I'm getting like these kind of repeated promptings, and this is craziness. Like Charlotte and I have talked about plural marriage before, like very little. It always brings up negative emotions, but so I'm like, Lord, this is no way this is going to happen. Like but at the same time I said, but I will do whatever you want me to. Like if I'm convinced that you want me to do something, I will do it. But I'm laying down a condition here. Like it has to be Charlotte's idea.
Right. Yo, dude, yeah, no, absolutely. I can totally identify with that.
And so I say nothing, and Melissa and her kids move in, and it's, weeks go by. And I did not know, but Charlotte at the same time, she was getting pounded with spiritual manifestations, revelations, saying that Melissa was supposed to be my wife too, and she's really confused why I'm not saying anything, when it's so obvious to her, this is what's supposed to happen. And so the very, very first time we even talk about the subject, it's evening, we're getting ready for bed, and Charlotte says, this is her opening line, "So are you going to marry Melissa?" And I'm like, I can't, there's been no preparation, this just out of the blue.
Dude, I can totally relate to that from my story. When Amber's like, would you ever think about taking Brenda as another wife? I'm like, that voice from that old show, Lost in Space with the robot. Danger, Will Robinson, or, Admiral Akbar. It's a trap. Right? So yeah, no, I totally get
Serious. That. Yeah. I mean, there was kind of a panicked instant. And then a calm, and then I said, then my answer was, I'm like, well, okay, the cat's out of the bag now, or whatever. So my answer was, to her question, are you going to marry Melissa? My answer was, I don't know. And then her immediate response was, you don't know? How do you not know? I know. And I said, well, she has to say yes.
Right.
So I don't know, because it depends on her, right? That's what I was thinking.
So what's going on with Melissa at this time?
Nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, and later on, so a few days go by, and Charlotte's like, well, you gotta, what are you gonna do? You have to approach Melissa somehow, right? And so, but Melissa's got nothing. She does not feel that way at all. And so I eventually, a few days later, and I approach her and have literally the most awkward conversation of my entire life. And my wives like to make fun of me and tell this story. And I'm not going to repeat it now because it's too embarrassing. But anyway, you can imagine it's quite awkward. And
it's okay. Maybe I'll have them on. This sounds juicy.
Melissa. I try to have this, and it does not go well as far as I'm concerned. But she doesn't slap me or anything. That's a plus. Doesn't leave the room screaming. But she says, in her mind, there's simultaneously this, what are you doing? Does Charlotte know what is going on? And also this a very peaceful, just hold your tongue. Think about this, and don't do anything rash, at the same time, And so we end up, I start talking about polygamy, but she's not really, I could tell that she's not been prepared, she's not feeling the same way. So we end up talking about knitting or something, and then I leave. So later she's like, I need to go to Charlotte and make sure that Charlotte knows that her husband is has approached me, right? This is not appropriate or whatever, or potentially not appropriate. Anyway, so, but anyway, it works out eventually, and Melissa feels like it was good that she wasn't thinking about marrying me, because in her mind that kept her intentions pure, because she was not lusting after someone else's husband or something like that in any of it. So eventually, very shortly thereafter, Melissa receives her own manifestations, plural, and the rest is kind of history. There's some things that we anyway, that we haven't fully talked about. I don't intend to here, but
whatever you're comfortable with, bro.
Anyway, we get married. Melissa joins our family, and then there's all hell breaks loose.
Oh yeah.
Her grown children have problems with it, obviously, and a lot of that is because they've been raised in the church and raised by their mother, who actually, this is a funny story I'll tell.
Okay.
So about this time, this is like during the rise of Denver Snuffer.
Okay.
And which we followed pretty closely, and were involved in a lot of the fellowships and stuff that kind of cropped up around that. Anyway.
So 2008, 2009, is that right, or is that a little later?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Okay.
One of the things that, of course, Denver has taught, not initially, but later on, his teaching kind of evolved to basically say that polygamy, or at least polygamy as we most normally think of it, was like an invention of Brigham Young.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And that Section 132 is probably fabricated, or at least partially fabricated. And so before this whole thing happened with Melissa being kicked out of her house by her soon-to-be ex-husband, Melissa and Charlotte were in Melissa's kitchen talking about like problems with the church and stuff, and just like kind of wondering where they were going to go and what they're going to do and whatever. But they actually like high-fived each other in their kitchen. They tell this story. They high-fived each other like, at least we're never going to have to do polygamy. Like, yeah. So,
that's great.
So super funny. We kind of joke sometimes that if we ever like wrote a book about our story, that the opening line would be, "There were never two women more opposed."
Right. Yeah. Wow.
So.
Wow. So were you already kind of on your way out the door as far as the church goes then, by the time Melissa joins your family?
No, not at all.
Not at all?
No.
So do you keep going to the LDS church?
Absolutely. Yeah.
I did the same thing.
Yeah.
I get it.
100%. So we kept going. Actually, very shortly. Well, I mentioned there was kind of problems with Melissa's children.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she had taught them and about the negative aspects of polygamy, and had been very critical of people in their ward boundaries, or in their school at least, who were known to be fundamentalists, and she just had nothing good to say about those people, and she like regrets that now, you know.
Right.
But her children had been kind of raised with that. So anyway, so there was a lot of friction once things came out with her teenage children. So we decided what would be best is to just separate the families, and she could just stay in Tooele, because that was closer to Erda, where her kids were going to school still, and Charlotte would move to Orem, which is where I grew up and where my dad's house was, and he had just passed away not too long ago, and so the house was available.
Okay.
My brother and his family were living there, so we kind of moved in. We kind of had the downstairs, and my brother had the upstairs.
Okay.
And we did that for a long time, a few years, and then and I'm horrible with dates, so
no, you're good.
A few years, and then we were still going to the LDS church. Generally, though, what would happen is, so I would go back and forth between Tooele and Orem.
Right.
And so that was kind of a lot of driving, but I would end up in Orem on the weekends. So I would just go to church in Orem, the ward that I grew up in, with Charlotte, and sometimes, not always, but a lot of times, like Melissa would come down and go to church with us too, and we would just sit together.
Dude, I did the same thing.
The bench.
Yep, I did the same thing, dude. In fact, I've never shared this story on the podcast before. I will now. But so not only am I going to the LDS church, I'm Elders Quorum president.
Yeah, I was the ward clerk.
Okay.
And in the young men's presidency as well. And
not because of anything I did. I don't want to make it seem like it was something I did, because it wasn't. But our home teaching numbers started to spike. I mean, really well, like up into the 90s, which is just unheard of in the LDS church. And realistically, I think it's just because they were a good group of brethren, right? They loved each other and they took care of each other. And that's what I attribute that to. Yeah. But it gets so good that they call an Area 70 down to come talk to me to find out what I'm doing.
Oh, my goodness.
To have these. And I'm freaked out because at this point, I am 2 years into living plural marriage, going to the LDS church, going to the temple. And what we do is we'd all go to the temple together. I mean, we'd sit on the same bench together. So the 70 comes in, and I'll never forget this, Joshua. I'm sitting down, and I'm like, he's going to see through me. He's going to see through me. We're going to blow this thing up right now.
It's going to unravel.
And it's in some ways, I was kind of hoping for that because I was sick of living.
It'd be a relief.
Yeah, I'm sick of living in the shadow, so to speak, right?
Yeah.
And so he comes in and he talks with me and he's like, what are you doing different? And I'm like, I'm not doing anything different. I think it's just a good group of brethren. And he just sits back in his chair and he never stops locking eyes with me. I'm like, I'm done. Here it comes. And 5, 4, and he just looks at me and says, I feel inspired to tell you, Brother Sanders, whatever you're doing in your personal life, keep doing that. And I was like, oh, you have no idea what you just said. But I found it fascinating, right? And they never did find out. I had one old guy that approached me, a guy I had a lot of respect for, and he caught me in the John of all places. And I'm just walking out, and he's walking in, and he kind of grabs me by my shoulders and kind of puts me back in. And I'm like, what in the hell is going on here? And he just looks at me and he goes, I know what's going on. And I'm just going to leave it at that. And he just kind of pats my shoulders and walks out. And this guy had been a bishop, a stake president, and he saw through it all. He's like, I know what's going on. And I was like, well, wait a second. I later talked to him a few months later about it at a church barbecue, kind of off by ourselves. So I'm like, why haven't you told anybody? And he said, if I tell anyone, I have to wrestle with certain questions I'm not ready to wrestle with. Because when you teach, when you give talks, I feel the Spirit. And if you still have the Spirit while doing this, he's like, I'm at a loss and I'm not ready to wrestle with these questions.
Oh, interesting.
And so, I can totally identify with that, with a lot of what you said there.
Interesting.
So you end up. When does this finally all come out? You make your final.
Well, it was like
out of the church.
Yeah, it was like a year and a half.
Okay.
18 months, give or take. I said I'm bad with dates, but that we were just attending church together, and I was getting callings, and Charlotte was getting callings too. She was the choir pianist and Relief Society teacher, and Melissa didn't have any callings because she was into Willa. But she would have gotten callings probably. And it's funny you talk about that old guy. There was one fellow in the ward who, at one point, when it was getting close to the end, came to my wife Charlotte and just without not saying anything else, just said, "You're a brave woman."
Wow.
And I
was he an older feller?
Yeah.
I think they know, right?
And he it's kind of giving her this thumbs up, but and it was anyway. So we were getting to the point where it was the drama with extended family members, mostly with Melissa's kids and Melissa's family, that had finally kind of calmed down. And so then we felt strong enough, capable enough to kind of start telling Charlotte's family and my family as well. and kind of come out of the closet, so to speak, I guess you could say.
That's a big step, dude.
Yeah. So anyway, we went to, it was actually Thanksgiving. We were at Charlotte's parents' house, and we told them, and it went pretty well. And we also told them, we said, you know, we have plans to tell everyone else, including the bishop. Like, we're going to tell the bishop, but we would like to tell them, like, on our timetable. Like, it's too much to just,
on your
we
terms.
don't want to rip the Band-Aid off,
right,
you know, so to speak. So he agreed to that, my father-in-law. But he just got an itchy trigger finger. And he's actually friends, like lifelong friends, with our bishop in Orem.
Oh.
So he actually didn't tell, but he said, you need to talk. You know what part of the problem was, too? I'll say this, too. Is my oldest daughter was turning 8, and she was getting ready to be baptized.
Gotcha.
And my father-in-law was worried that she was going to be baptized by a wicked man. You know,
I gotcha.
And didn't, and wanted to figure out some way of keeping his promise while also protecting his grandchild.
Yeah.
So he's told something vague to the bishop, like, you know, your ward clerk has like some worthiness problems or something like that. You need to talk to him about, but didn't say what it was, you know. So, but then anyway, I think he called back again and told him, no, he's a polygamist. So just to want to make sure that I wouldn't be able to wiggle out of it or something.
Sure,
I don't know.
Sure.
So anyway, that actually caused some problems with our relationship with my in-laws for a number of years, but things have actually smoothed out considerably, and they are very supportive and all that now. And part of it, actually, I'm going to take a little detour here. Part of it is, I mean, I think there's a lot of worry, because when you hear that someone's becoming fundamentalist or polygamist or whatever, like, the first thing that comes into your mind is Warren Jeffs and all of the craziness, you know, cultish kind of behaviors. Also, he had a sister who, like, did crazy things to, like, abandon her children to go become a plural wife because she was convinced, and then that marriage just, like, was awful and fell apart, and then she, like, married, like, just was, like, went from, like, man to man, and, like, her family was, and her life and her family were just
in tatters.
Yeah. And so he saw nothing but bad fruit from this. So I don't really blame him, you know. But now over time, they've seen that actually we are quite stable, and even more stable than his other children.
Right.
Who, we were talking before we started recording, have actually every single, my wife, Charlotte, she's the only one of their children that's Mormon, that is even religious. The others are atheists.
Right.
You know, and totally reject everything. And so, but that happened after it was known that we were polygamous. So for a while we were the least favorite, but now we are
now you're
the most favorite.
The golden children, right?
Absolutely. 100%.
That is awesome.
I don't know.
No, that's good stuff. You have to go through the bishop's court and all that.
Yeah,
stuff.
So I went to the High Council, right? Because I was Melchizedek priesthood holder, and my wives, they both had a court separately, but with just the bishopric. And we all attended each other's trials. For the High Council, I mean, there's nothing really to argue. Like they have no authority to make a decision. The decision is already made. Yeah. Like, this is automatic excommunication. So there wasn't anything to there was no defense.
It's a trial in name only.
Correct. Yeah. So it was a formality, and so we actually brought Melissa had Melissa make a bunch of brownies.
Nice.
And we brought some milk and napkins and cups, and we served refreshments at the High Council at the trial, and it was cordial. They basically asked questions, like, and we were just very honest and said, this was what there are kind of some like you mentioned with that fellow in your ward, like there's like this dissonance because like this is such a great family and they do so well in their callings, and we feel the Spirit when they talk in sacrament meeting, and we felt inspired to give them these callings in the church when they were wicked, supposedly, right?
Yeah.
And so, and so I kind of just like reassured them about all of that too. I'm like, you were absolutely like, don't doubt your inspiration to, call me to be the ward clerk or the the young men's presidency. Like those were actually inspired. Like I don't want you to doubt any of that. And they asked how. Well, I don't want to get into all those details, I guess, but why I think this is okay, and when the church currently doesn't do it. And I talked a little bit about church history and just about our own revelation, and said this is just what we're willing to do, And they asked how one guy asked, how are you like supporting two families? Like I can't even believe it. And like I told him, like I've been blessed with actually like right around the time when Melissa showed up, I actually got a different job that was a significant pay raise. And so that's kind of like not what they're expecting to hear either, that's like blessings poured out. But it was good. And my bishop came too. And he was very supportive too, actually. His hands are also tied, but
sure.
He came to the trial at the stake center, and was just there, just observing. He wasn't participating, and when they asked us to go out of the room while they deliberate, like he came out and just talked to us too and stuff. Anyway, so when I talked with my bishop first and I told him this story, he's like, well, I actually don't doubt your testimony about what happened. And he said, and maybe it is true. Maybe you really were asked to do that. But, there's still going to be consequences,
It shows some spiritual maturity on his part.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? I mean, because I think so often as LDS people, we can get correlated pretty easily. Right?
Yeah.
And good for him for being able to think on his feet, so to speak, in that moment.
Yeah. So he was a very friendly and very, supportive, I would say. And he even, for example, I got my excommunication letter from the stake, but he's the one who gave the letters to my wives. But he told Charlotte, he said, I still want you to be the choir pianist.
Wow.
And you can still go like visiting teaching.
Wow.
Took her off as a Relief Society teacher.
Sure.
But said you can still play the piano in our meetings and stuff. And for a while, and then, so even after we were excommunicated, we just kept going to LDS meetings.
Wow.
And we would just
not
sit
awkward
together.
Or anything, or
no, not really. It was a little. Still, no one really knew. I mean, the bishop kept it to himself, I think, pretty well. We were kind of worried that word would get around, or we thought they might, like, over the pulpit, like, give a warning and tell everyone about us, but they didn't. That was never done. So we kept going for a while, and of course, one of the stipulations is that we're not allowed to have callings generally, although Charlotte was still a pianist. And we're not allowed to say prayers or make comments in class or whatever, and also we're not allowed to partake of their sacrament.
Gotcha.
So, and I actually am totally fine with that. I know some people are like, I know people who have been excommunicated who are offended by that, but to me it's like that's their like they are in charge of their sacrament, and that's their stewardship, and that's not an abuse of their power. That's just their prerogative,
right?
But at the same time, it is also my stewardship and prerogative to be in charge of my family. Yep. And so what we would do is actually we would just bring our own sacrament. Oh. And like when they were eating their bread, like my family on our little bench, like we would eat our bread. like we didn't take their bread. We would decline it, but we would just eat our bread while they were eating their bread, and we would have our homemade wine while they were having their water. And we did that for a lot of times, and that's actually what got us. It was actually what they kicked us out for. So at some point, I don't remember how many. Actually, it was really funny. Let me back up a little bit.
Sure.
I need to tie my dad back into this because not only was my dad interested in Mormonism and the restoration and the gospel and all those things, but he was also a lover of Israel. And if you asked him which of the standard works was his favorite, he would without question say the Old Testament.
Okay.
Which is kind of an unusual thing because for a lot of people, Old Testament's like this boring stuff of so-and-so begat so-and-so and death penalties for this and that and the other. And anyway, but he loved the symbolism and the meaning and the foundational stuff and the promises and the covenants, and the prophecies, which the Old Testament's just full of. Like everything, the rest of the canon is really rests upon the foundation of the Old Testament.
You're 100% correct. Some of my favorite times I can remember, I worked out east for a while, back east on the eastern shore of Maryland. And I had a good buddy whose dad was a rabbi. And I would talk to him for hours. And I've often said, in every LDS ward, they have to have a rabbi.
There needs to be a rabbi.
There needs to be a rabbi. Because there is so much oral tradition that we don't have. And you can't really understand where Jesus comes from, so to speak, or where the Book of Mormon comes from, unless you have a healthy understanding of the Old Testament and Judaism as a whole.
Absolutely not. I mean, I agree. You can't have a...
Yeah. Anyway, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No,
Sorry.
That's great. I want to go there eventually.
Yeah,
So when he was a BYU student, he went to Israel on a semester abroad, and unfortunately, their stay was cut short because they were in Israel, in Jerusalem, when the Yom Kippur War broke out.
The 7-Day War or 6-Day War?
No, the 6-Day War and the Yom Kippur War were different, and I don't remember the timing.
Okay.
But anyway, they were there, and they had to, like, they got the last flight out, to France or whatever. But my aunt, she reports that when my dad came back from that, but they were there for a few weeks or something at least. She says when he came back that he was the most Jewish Mormon she'd ever met. She didn't even know that was a thing, and he was just like on fire with with a love of the Old Testament and of Israel and all of the symbolism and stuff there. And so he, at some point, like I don't know when this started, but in my childhood memory growing up, like we would celebrate Passover every year.
Okay.
And now I have continued that since so my dad like laid this foundation, and I feel like I've built upon it. And one of the things that I built upon it is that we just have wine instead of grape juice.
Right.
So for my growing up all the time, like we'd have grape juice for the Passover. You're supposed to have the 4 cups.
Right.
Right. And this is there's a lot of connections to the Last Supper, of course. With Passover and the Seder. Actually, interesting that the account in the New Testament of the Last Supper has many elements of the modern Jewish Seder, but the New Testament is the oldest record of this ordered meal connected to Passover. They're like the oldest sources of the Jewish Seder are Christian documents.
Wow.
So there's some deep connections there, and there are some scholars who, like it was thought for a long time, and it still is thought by some people that like kind of Christians took this Jewish thing and kind of like appropriated it to to put messianic symbolism into it. But historically, it may actually be the reverse. It may be that the Jews actually borrowed from the Christians and and kind of scrubbed some of the messianic elements out of it.
Right.
Anyway, regardless, we had my dad would kind of call this grape juice wine, with a wink, and but at some point, I'm reading the scriptures as I'm older, and then my dad dies, and I'm reading the scriptures in the Doctrine and Covenants, section 89 and section 27, and all through the Old Testament too. Like it talks, like it says, wine of your own make, right? And I know that there are people who will say, well, that wine was actually grape juice. But it's like, well, do you know when grapes are ripe? Like October.
Right. September, maybe.
And do you know when the Passover was? Like, that's in April. And there's no pasteurization and no refrigeration in Jesus' day. So that ain't grape juice, 6 months later that they've preserved as grape juice. Like, they preserve it by fermenting it.
Yep.
So anyway, so I when my dad dies, and my siblings are like, they're asking me now, because I'm the oldest, are we going to have Passover again this year? And I said, yeah, I guess we are, and I guess I'm in charge. And so, but I want to do what the scriptures say and make wine, and I've never done this before. And so anyway, but we start because of Passover. We start making our own wine. Can I read? I'll just read one thing.
Yep, that's why they're there.
You got scriptures here?
I do, yep.
So section 89. Almost there. Oh, look at this. You got marks all over the place.
Yeah, sorry, I marked. My scriptures probably look like a coloring book.
No, this is section 89, verse 5. It's talking about wine. And it says, it's not good to just imbibe for recreation or whatever, supposedly, but it's when you assemble yourselves together to offer up your sacraments, and it's sacraments is plural.
Plural. Yep.
Yeah. So the meaning of the word sacrament, like if you look it up in the dictionary, is actually closer to what the LDS term for ordinances would be.
Mm-hmm.
A sacrament are these ceremonies.
A sacred rite.
A sacred rite. Or ceremony, yep. That's right. So I noticed that, and I'm like, well, I mean, that makes sense, because Jesus' first miracle is turning water to wine at a wedding,
mm-hmm.
which is
a sacrament.
Yeah. And, we have the Passover, which is a sacrament. And we have the Lord's, what we call the sacrament is actually the sacrament of the Lord's Supper.
Yep.
That's the more full name. We just kind of abbreviate it to sacrament, and we call the other things ordinances, but other Christians would call those baptism and ordination and, baby blessings or christenings, like they would call all of those things sacraments. So I'm like, so this is, so the Passover is a perfectly, the Lord's Supper is one. The Passover, in my mind, would be another appropriate time to have wine of your own make. Anyway, so we started that, and then when we were excommunicated, and like I said, we're bringing our own. This was all to tell this funny story. This is quite a.
No, this is good. This
quite
is
a wind up here, but so we'd been having our own sacrament. Once we were denied the LDS sacrament, then we just have our own at home or in sacrament meeting. We just would bring a water bottle. Actually, this is another kind of funny story too. I guess is we actually. Because we don't want to be breaking any of their rules.
Right. You want to be respectful.
Absolutely.
Yep.
So, the Church Handbook of Instructions has been leaked more than once, so we scoured through that. And there's actually, at least at the time, there was no prohibition on alcoholic beverages in LDS buildings. So we're like, okay, so it's fine. What there is a prohibition against is red or staining liquids, because they're worried about the carpet.
Right.
Okay. So we made white wine,
Okay.
So that we wouldn't be, running up against that issue. And so we had white wine, in a water bottle, and we would all just take sips of it or whatever. And but anyway, so one time though, the deacons bring the tray of water to us, and we just always refuse, But my youngest daughter at the time, she says in a louder voice than I would have liked her to use, "I don't want water, I want wine." And we kind of look around at I don't know who heard that, but I don't know how they couldn't have heard it.
Immediately you see the bishop's eyebrows raise a little bit.
Yeah, we were kind of towards the back.
What are you doing?
But anyway, at some point, but they didn't know they didn't know anything about the wine.
Right.
Although we did have it. But at some point, word gets to, I don't know who, but I get a call from the stake president. Says he wants me to come to his office. And I'm a little bit annoyed at that because I'm not a member of his church anymore. And so he doesn't have any authority over me anymore.
At this point, you think anything would come down from the bishop, right? Because that's where you're at, so to speak.
Exactly. So he calls, and I say, "Okay, I'll come." So I come, and he basically asked me if we are having sacrament in their chapel, and it's almost so ridiculous. It's like, are you eating bread while we're eating bread?
Right.
We don't approve of you eating bread while we're eating bread. And I'm like, yeah, we're doing that. He's like, are you having, I think he asked if we're having, no, this is what he asked. He said, are you having your own bread and water during the sacrament? And I said, no, we're having bread and wine. And anyway, so we got shortly after that. And then we had some words, and I said, if you want to talk to me again, you can come to my house, like a normal person, and not demand that I come into your office. So shortly after that, we got letters from Curtin McConkie. You know who
the
Curtin
real
McConkie is?
Power behind the LDS Church. Yeah. They're lawyers.
Yeah, that's right. That's the church's law firm, telling the three of us, the adults, that we are not allowed on church property, on any property owned or controlled by the church anywhere in the world. And my wife Charlotte actually wrote a letter back to them and said, well, give us a list of all the properties that you own so that we can avoid them.
Did they furnish it?
No.
No.
She said, otherwise we will disregard this and consider that you intended for us only to stop attending our ward.
Right.
Because you can't even avoid LDS church properties.
No.
In Utah.
In Utah, it's, as a land surveyor who does records research, it's all over.
Yeah, they own everything.
Yeah.
Or parts of everything. I don't know.
Yeah.
So basically, they said, and there was other kind of mean things, like, you're welcome to send your children without you. It's like, that's going to happen. And they're like, you can start coming back once you have a psychiatric evaluation and take your medication. Like, that's basically what the letter said. So it was kind of nasty.
When I left the LDS Church in 2019, because after my plural marriage broke up and dissolved, I just thought, I'll just go back to the LDS Church. I'll kind of compartmentalize all this and it won't creep out anymore, and I'll be fine. Which it doesn't do. I mean, you can try. Maybe some people are successful at it, but once I knew. I had tasted of that fruit, so to speak. Yeah. And anyway, so I thought, well, I'll just go back and shut up and stay in the back and do whatever they ask me to, and it'll all be cool. But when I left in 2019, I learned really quick that those who leave for reasons other than just I don't believe anymore, if you believe too much, so to speak, you're the worst kind of apostate. Because you bring forward very valid facts.
Yeah.
And you normally those arguments are very well thought out, very well documented, and it creates a massive amount of problems. And so when you leave for wanting to practice the fullness of the gospel, so to speak, in whatever way that looks, whether that's plural marriage, whether that's a full temple endowment, whatever it is, you now become a bigger problem than someone who just says, I'm not sure I believe in God anymore.
Yeah.
Because with that stance of there's more out here we're not doing, it creates a massive amount of questioning and problems that works its way all the way up into the upper building of church headquarters.
Yeah, right.
And so it doesn't surprise me it went the way it did.
Now, when... so you did go back to the LDS church for a while.
Yeah.
So what kind of... I mean, was it just this gnawing in the back of your mind, or was there a moment when you're like, okay, that's enough, I can't take this anymore?
It was very much a moment, but it had been a slow build-up. So let me go back to when everything fell apart. I've always said plural marriage brought me the most exquisite joy and the most exquisite pain when it finished.
Yeah. When
it ended.
I have no doubt.
And so before I joined the church, there was only a couple things I was really good at. One was playing football and the other was drinking. I mean, I was super good at it. I still think Jack Daniels owes me some props and maybe even a little stock options because I know I did my share.
You did a share to spread the good word.
I sure
the gospel
did.
of Jack Daniels.
And I didn't drink at all in the whole time I was in the LDS church after I converted, and all the way up through practicing plural marriage until it fell apart. And then I got weak, right?
Yeah.
And I never wanted to mourn the loss of my second wife when she left too much in front of Amber, my first wife, because I never wanted her to think she wasn't enough.
Right.
And she knew I was hurting, but I was trying to put on
keep a lid on it, yeah.
Right? And I'm on this acreage out where we were living, where all this had taken place, and it was just painful memory after pain. There was nothing I could look at that had not seemed to have been touched by this experience.
Right. And
so for a good solid couple months, I was like, I've got to kill this pain. There's really no one to talk to. I was on my own. I didn't, so I just kind of crawled back into a bottle. And I remember one night Amber came out, and she saw me pissing and moaning, basically, a little too much booze, and I'm like, this is the
loosens the tongue.
Yo, man, I was like,
truth serum.
And look, let's be honest, I'm probably God's most petulant child to begin with, right? And so she came out. She's like, "You okay?" I'm like, "I'm never doing this again. This is stupid. Why would I do this? This is as painful as hitting myself in the crotch with a hammer, right?
Yeah,
I'm not doing this ever again." And I'm just going on. And she's just patiently listening. And she's like, "Are you finished?" And I'm like, "I think so." She's like, "Good. If we get this opportunity again, we're going to do it. Know that now."
Wow.
And then that was it.
Amazing.
But I had it in my mind, I'm forgetting all about this, right? I'm going to compartmentalize it, and I'm going to go back to the LDS church, and we're just going to do our thing.
Mm-hmm. It's
better to have some truth than nothing at all. And so that's what we did. Moved. It was shortly thereafter I sold the place we were living on, moved to North Dakota, did some work out there because it was kind of still really slow as far as work for surveyors and development. The pipeline was, crack-a-lacking out in North Dakota with stuff. So I went out there, which was a healthy move. It was horrible, but it was probably healthy from a spiritual standpoint, right?
Okay.
Moved to Utah and move into this place, and I get called into the Elders Quorum presidency again. And COVID kicks in, and I guess it would have been 2020 I would have left, because that's when COVID really hit. So
that's a catalyst for a lot of people.
It was. So all of a sudden, I'm doing stuff at home.
Yeah, home church is great.
And then I'm like, now wait a second. I don't have to hedge anymore.
Yeah, right.
Right? I've always had old Mormon books around, and so we would supplement our lessons with that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no. Because the whole time we were going to church, it would grate on me. Right? It would be, you'd hear all the stuff. And it was well-meaning. I'm not saying anyone was out to lie. It's just what they were taught. Right? But you're like, it's not the way it was.
It's not the way it was.
Not the way it was.
There's definitely a more full picture here.
Right? Just constantly. And so finally, one morning, I woke up and I was just like, I'm done. I'm done. Right? I just had this real moment of looking myself in the mirror like, what the hell am I doing here? Right? This is so stupid.
Yeah.
Right? And so I talked to Amber, and Amber's like, I've been done for a long time.
I've been waiting for you.
Yeah. She's like, we've been going through the motions. And what really set me over the edge was the latest temple changes, right? That really was like, this is a bridge too far. We're now at the point where I believe we're starting to mock God a little bit. Time to pull the cord. So yeah, it was a slow buildup, but there was a very moment, though. Clear moment where I'm just looking in the mirror and I'm like, if I don't get damned honest with myself right now, I'm gonna lose everything I am.
Yeah.
Right.
So did you just, your attendance and stuff didn't kind of fizzle out? It just
I was in leadership, right? So I had to go and sit down and be like, I'm out. And they're like, whoa, why are you out? And I was like, because the latest temple changes are way too far.
Whoa.
Way too far.
And what was the response?
They were like, well, and I'll just kind of speak. I want to be respectful here, but one of the changes they made recently is the one where they changed the order of the family, so to speak, right?
Yes.
If you know what I'm talking about there.
Yeah.
And I was like, that. And I remember they said, okay, well, don't panic. Let me do some research, and then we'll come back and we'll talk about this. And the response was, well, maybe that covenant was getting used in a way that was abusive from husbands towards wives. And I said, yes, but
no doubt.
You wouldn't change the law of chastity because certain guys can't control their urges, and that blew them out of the water. They're like, I got nothing, right? I got nothing. And I'm like, I'm done. And they're like, well, do you still, have a testimony of the Savior? I'm like, absolutely.
Yeah.
Do you still think that Russell M. Nelson's a prophet of God? And I'm like, I have nothing that really tells me that he is. And that was the straw that broke the camel's back, right?
Yeah, that's the unforgivable.
That's the unpardonable. Right? Thing, That's the one where they're like, ooh, you're questioning the guys up top. Yeah. And so I just left. And I had a couple guys come over and try to, talk me out of it, right? Like, you know what you're doing. And basically, I was like, you don't have to argue with me. I'm going to show you some literature. You have to dissuade me that that's wrong. You look at that and then give me your rebuttal.
Yeah, you look at the same things I looked at.
And when I gave that to him, I never heard from him again. And what has happened here is that within the neighborhood, right?
Is this neighborhood?
Yeah, right here.
Okay.
I become persona non grata, right? And I imagine that this podcast also had a major influence on it, because let's face it, right? The church has the Strengthening Church Members Committee.
Correct.
Right? I've been
as bad as eyes and ears everywhere.
I've been as bad as vocal as you can be. And so I'm sure that, right, they're like, I'm sure they're trying to figure out what to do, right? I mean, one is that if they decide they want to drag me up and X me.
Because you are still formally a member.
Formally, yeah.
I see.
If they want to do that, I'm down with that. I mean, we can definitely do that, but it draws more attention than if you just leave me alone. So I'm sure there's a part where
you're not attending their meetings.
No, I'm not attending their meetings. I'm not attending their temples or anything like that. So, yeah, that's where we got. But,
wolf in sheep's clothing.
Oh, dude, they're spooked. I mean, and sometimes it's funny, right? I mean, sometimes I probably play with it a little more than what I should just for my own personal enjoyment. But, you know.
My father-in-law, I think he used to think I was a wolf in sheep's clothing, but just recently I baptized my younger daughter, and we invited them. Nice. And they were anxious to come see it. They weren't anxious to like be a part of our religious life at all, but now they are hungry for it. Anyway, but afterwards, he said something like, you know, people might think that, speaking of me, he's like, people might think that Joshua's like a wolf in sheep's clothing, but he's like a goat in sheep's clothing.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's an improvement. I mean, you gotta take it where you can get it.
So, so that was an improvement.
So one of the other reasons, not only do I just like you a lot, but one of the other reasons is I've always found your take on Mormonism just awesome. I told you before about, you know, when I worked back east and you know, I get with Joel and his dad, who was a rabbi. And so I've always felt a strong affinity towards not just the Old Testament, but the Jewish feast days, the tradition that's within Judaism. And so when I see what you've done, which is really incorporate that into a lot of what you do, from keeping those feast days to even blowing the shofar, which was,
I should have brought we could have started this.
Cool, yeah, would have been cool. I really dig it, right? Because again, I don't think we can get a full painted picture of Jesus without first understanding where Jesus comes from.
Oh, absolutely not.
And so that's why I totally love what it is you do within your family and with the Zarahemla Foundation. At what point did you start to feel yourself pulled that direction, right? To start keeping those holidays again? Yeah,
I mean, this goes right along with my story. Time-wise, so I don't have to backtrack at all. When we left, you know, when the church finally kicked us out, excommunicated us, and we got excommunicated twice. After the second excommunication, then we're kind of like, well, you know, now what do we do? Mm-hmm. We can have home church, and we do have home church, but I want a community for the sake of my children more than anything. So we looked around, and like I said, we were involved in some of the Denver Snuffer fellowships until that became quite hostile. And while we were looking, we attended all kinds of Mormon branches. Mm-hmm. Right? Of course, we're all LDS. We went to our LDS church. We checked out the House of Aaron. We went out to the Rock. We went to the AUB. We attended the Christ Church branch meetings. Nelson Naylor, Third Ward meetings, and went to independent fundamentalists, the Krauts meetings, and basically, I didn't really feel drawn to join any of them, but I wanted to be friends with everyone. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of where I'm at right now anyway, is like, I don't subscribe to any particular group, but I am friendly with everyone. And I think that's a good place to be. So anyway, but the Zarahemla Foundation was started up around this time, like when Denver Snuffer was kind of, his teachings were kind of evolving, and he was becoming less friendly towards polygamy and polygamists. The Zarahemla Foundation started by basically some folks who were in the AUB who had kind of become disenfranchised there. And the kind of the founding members were Robert Kay, Rob Kay, Nathan Diltz, Dennis Thompson, Richard Jepson. Those are kind of the founding members. And so they had posted a thing on Facebook that Melissa found that said, everyone's welcome, like in it, like even said like polygamists are welcome. And we're like, oh, somewhere we can go. And it was in Lehi, and they were meeting in Cody Brown's old house there in Lehi, which they abandoned right after the first season of Sister Wives, right when they went under investigation. So we were meeting there, and we loved it, and felt right at home, so to speak. And like we met these other polygamous families that we didn't really know that they existed, we knew the Krauts, I guess, but it was really cool and a really good group of people. And these people also loved the feasts too. A lot of them were into Old Testament stuff, and I was like, wow, this is really amazing. So we attended there for quite a while. At the same time, I was kind of getting more into the feasts. Like I mentioned, I'd been raised keeping the Passover, but that's really the only thing we did. My dad loved the Passover. That was kind of his favorite. And really in ancient times too, that's kind of, the Passover is the kind of the crowning feast, I suppose. The other ones are important too, but we started looking at some of the other feasts as well, and we started with when we started adding things, we started with Purim, which is in the Book of Esther, right? And that's the you kind of recount the story of Israel's deliverance, through Queen Esther, while they're in Babylon, in Persia. And one of the things that you do to celebrate, part of the reason we did this is because we're kind of looking at our, once you kind of leave the church, then you kind of have to reinvent everything, because the church just has this whole structure for you, and you just ride along with whatever they're doing. But then when you're on your own, then you have to look at everything again and decide, is this what I want to keep? Or do I want to, what can I do better? What do I want to do away with? And, we looked at the holidays that we were keeping, and I haven't really felt good about Halloween for a long time. I know Halloween's fun, but there's nothing really redeeming about it. Like, it's like gore and satanic stuff, or like sexy, promiscuous stuff, and going door to door asking for candy, like, or else we're going to vandalize you. Yeah, it's like, what's good about that? So, but
if I'm not mistaken, I believe that's the new administration's policy.
That's basically it. Yeah.
Sorry.
No.
Totally derailed. Sorry.
I appreciate those interjections there. But one of the things that is done to celebrate Purim is people dress in costumes. And there's a bunch of reasons for that. The one, Esther her identity was hidden. Right. Okay. And also, you might be surprised to know that in all the books of Scripture that we have, including the Song of Solomon, they all mention God, except for one, which is the Book of Esther. It is the only book that has no mention of God. There's no prophets, there's no visions, no revelations. No one even says a prayer. And so God is also hidden, in the Book of Esther. And Haman's plans are hidden, and there's all these kind of hidden things that eventually kind of come to light. But so wearing disguises or costumes is a part of the celebrations. We thought, well, we'll start doing Purim, and that will kind of fill this niche for our children, so they can have a holiday where they dress up, because that's fun. Yeah. Anyway, so.
And when is that feast?
It's like late winter, early spring. Okay. So like February usually. Okay. I know that's not technically spring, but late winter, I guess. Yeah. So we started kind of doing things bit by bit. We're like, let's look at Hanukkah, and why are we not doing Shavuot, which is the day of Pentecost, and why don't we start like going camping like during the Feast of Tabernacles,
Right.
And so we start incorporating all these things, and the Zarahemla Foundation is very supportive in all that too. And eventually, though, not long after we started attending there, Cody Brown's like, we need to sell this house, so you guys are going to have to find somewhere else to meet. And but we looked around. The fellowship kind of looked around, and the Zarahemla Foundation, by the way, I'll say a little word about that. Let me go back to the house first.
Okay.
Eventually, we bought the house. That's
right.
Long story short. It was just perfect. My family was separated, Orem and Tooele, but Melissa's kids were growing up. They had graduating from high school, and so we're getting ready to, here in a year or two, to kind of recombine the families. So we need a bigger place, and Cody Brown's house is perfect. Plus, we want to have a place for the fellowship to keep meeting, the Zarahemla Foundation, and so we ended up with Cody Brown's house, and so
nice.
Which has been a big blessing in a lot of ways. It was perfect, and it's still close enough to Dugway, which is where I work.
Right.
It's a long commute, but it's a long commute from Tooele as well. So anyway, the Zarahemla Foundation, I'll say just a word about that, is basically a non-denominational group, non-denominational Mormons, and we have had people attend meetings there and give talks and come to our feasts who are from like every branch that I named. Like, we've had people from the House of Aaron and LDS folks and AUB folks and branch folks and independent people and people from Church of the Firstborn, Fred Collier's group. We've had a number of people come from there, and just independent folks too. And it's all good. Like, the Zarahemla Foundation doesn't require really anything for membership, except that, like, you have a testimony that Jesus is the Messiah, and you accept the scriptures as the Word of God, and then that you're baptized, but not baptized by the Zarahemla Foundation, but that
right.
You've received baptism wherever that may have been, and then that you just voluntarily associate.
Right.
Say, I'm a member of the Zarahemla Foundation or whatever. Like, there's no dues or tithing or
nice
ordinations. We do have a board of elders, but again, there's no like ordination. There's just like a vote to make decisions and stuff. So that's been nice, and that's kind of opened it up so that we can, without any weird pressure, have people from all different backgrounds in Mormonism come and hopefully like gain an appreciate. I want people to appreciate the feasts and the Old Testament stuff more, and to understand that, because it adds, in my view, so much depth and richness to the gospel, as what we call the gospel. Like, I believe that stuff is the gospel as well.
Right.
But a lot of people don't see that as the gospel.
So let me ask you a question. You keep all these feast days, which again I think is super cool. When someone would ask you the question, and maybe I'm the only guy that's asked this question to you, why is it you suppose these weren't ever talked about by Joseph Smith or Brigham Young or anything like that? Because you get the sense that Joseph's mission is to restore everything, right?
Yeah.
Why weren't these part of that restoration?
Yeah. That's a big question that people have, and it's my mind goes in a couple of different directions, but mainly the main reason I would say is that the restoration was not complete. There are, and I think everyone agrees to this in one sense or another, because certainly we don't have Zion.
Right.
We have not built the city, New Jerusalem, or the earthly version that's going to meet with the heavenly version. The temple is still a temple lot in Independence. And there's all kinds of things that the scriptures prophesy, and that Joseph also prophesied would be a part of the restoration, that have not happened. And not only Joseph, but Brigham and John Taylor. Like, for example, Joseph had plenty of things to say about animal sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
Where is that? Who's doing that? No one. In other words, that piece wasn't restored yet. But Joseph and John Taylor fully had that in view as one of the necessary steps for the fullness of all things, the restoration of all things that the prophets have spoken since the beginning of the world. That was necessary. So I know some people kind of bristle at that, because it's like, oh no, Joseph restored everything, including the kingdom, and rolled it off his shoulders onto the 12 and the Council of 50 and all of that. And, I don't discount any of that at all. But if you just look at the scriptures and compare them to what we are doing, the scriptures say, even after the second coming, like, all the nations will come to celebrate the Feast of Tabernacles. And if you don't, you will be cursed. Like, this is after the second coming.
Right.
But we don't do that. Well, we sort of do. Now, it's also the other kind of direction that my mind goes is that although Joseph may not have formally instituted the celebration of Passover and Tabernacles, there are certainly beautiful hints about those things. For example, the tradition that we have of having general conferences in the beginning of April and the beginning of October, like, that doesn't always line up, but that's basically when Passover and Tabernacles would be. And that is a time when, in ancient Israel, everyone was commanded to come to the tabernacle or the temple and to receive instruction and to worship and bring their offerings and all of that, and have the priests, the priesthood, teach them. And we do that. We just don't call it Passover and Tabernacles. We call it April conference and October conference.
Right.
Okay, so there's that. There's also these hidden things, and I'm sure you're probably aware of some of them, like the Book of Mormon coming forth on the Feast of Trumpets, or as the Jews call it, Rosh Hashanah, or Yom Teruah, which is the day of shouting, the day of trumpets, or Rosh Hashanah is the new year.
Right.
Okay, and this was the symbolism connected to the Book of Mormon is all about new things. There's this new record on this new continent and a new dispensation, and there's an angel with a trumpet, like we put him on the temples, right, with a trumpet in his hand, and this is intimately connected to Rosh Hashanah, the day of trumpets. Yeah. And it's also the Day of Trumpets. Also, the symbolism of this is the beginning of the judgments. The beginning of the judgments are like the books. The books are going to be opened until for this short space until the Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, when the final judgment takes place. Now that final judgment's going to happen shortly after the second coming, but also, we believe as Mormons that this is the last dispensation, and that the full, everything is going to be wrapped up here, and the judgments are we're preparing for that. So even though Joseph never said explicitly, connected the Book of Mormon and also the visitations.
Right, which
from
happened
the angel
on specific dates to fulfill prophecy.
Which were also all on Rosh Hashanah.
Right.
Every year. So he didn't explicitly connect that, which is why I'm saying if you don't understand the Old Testament, then you will miss a bunch of Mormonism.
Right.
Like it doesn't have to be explicit either. Like and even in the scriptures themselves, they're not explicit either. We'll take the book of Ruth, for example. I won't go over the whole story, but part of the story is she's gleaning in Boaz's fields, right? The story of Ruth is traditionally read during the time of Shavuot, or in Greek we say Pentecost, the day of Pentecost,
right.
because that is when the grain is harvested.
Right.
So things don't have to be explicit if you understand what is being talked about. And the same thing kind of happens in the Book of Mormon too. One of the things my dad would like to point out, he'd say, I'm going to say some things about a holiday, and I'm not going to say what holiday it is. I'm going to see if you can guess what I'm thinking of, and he'll say, colored eggs and rabbits. And what do you think I'm talking about?
Easter.
Yeah, Easter, but I never said Easter. But those are like so intimately connected with the idea of Easter and everything that surrounds it. Like I don't even have to mention the religious, the resurrection and stuff like that. We just know, right? And if I talk about mistletoe and holly and
Christmas,
but and the same thing if I talk about the commandments and the trumpet, maybe your mind draws a blank, but if you're an Israelite, then you immediately think of Shavuot. You immediately think of Pentecost. And if I say, a lamb and plagues, right? Then you immediately think of Passover, right? And anytime it talks about plagues, like when you read in the book of Revelation and it talks about plagues, like those just match the plagues. So like immediately we know that this is drawing on the symbolism of even if the book of Revelation doesn't mention Passover, which it doesn't, we the reader are supposed to draw on the previously revealed stuff to inform us about the symbolism of what's happening.
Sure. I think you make a good point there when it comes to holidays, right? I think in the West here, and from our very Western point of view, we tend to look at holidays a little differently than I think Judaism did.
Oh,
right?
Absolutely.
But I do find it interesting that they kind of have a similar effect in the way that they help to make a society cohesive.
They do.
Right? And I think that's a big point that we miss with some of these holidays. Not just the religious significance of some of them, which are vastly important, but these societal holidays were times of national remembrance.
Yes.
Right? And we can't forget that in the beginning of human history, the God of Israel, the God of Abraham, drawing a blank, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob was a national God. Right?
That's right.
It was very nationalistic because it really only applied to Israel, to that nation of people.
Yeah.
Likewise, I think you can draw, some pretty interesting parallels in the sense that Christmas does the same thing here in a lot of ways, right?
Yeah.
Or the 4th of July that we had, right?
Yeah, beautiful.
Which was a national remembrance of, realistically, God's deliverance of this people.
Yeah, amen.
And the 4th of July always gets me because there's no way you can't look at the American founding and not understand vitally what is happening, right? All the way back when John Winthrop has his people on the boat and they're coming over, and he wants to put these people under covenant, and does. And he gives a sermon in this covenant that is remarkably similar to what Alma the elder says at the waters of baptism, where he says,
interesting,
because Winthrop says, we must embrace each other in familiar commerce, we must make each other's plight our own, and we must delight in each other. And then you look at that scripture in Mosiah where Alma the elder is setting forth the terms of baptism. Are you willing to mourn with those that mourn? Are you willing to
bear one another's burdens?
And then Winthrop makes a prophecy. He says, if we do these things, he said, the God of Israel will delight to dwell amongst us. And there'll come a time when 100 of us will withstand 1,000 of our enemies, and the world will look and say, if you're going to make a new plantation, make it like that of New England. So he sees that this is a continuation of that story of Israel.
So like tradition, yeah.
Right? And then you go forward a little more, and you start to see that all throughout the revolutionary period, especially during our battle for independence, we need to call upon God. We need to rely on the protection of divine providence. And probably the most that harkens back is an exchange that happens between Thomas Jefferson and John Adams. They were really good buds, and you probably know the story. They were super good.
Tell it anyway.
They were super good friends, and then they had a parting of ways, and then they came back together. Mm-hmm. And Adams and Jefferson start writing letters back and forth, and Adams says something that is very poignant. Because Adams has always been kind of, I don't know how to say it, maybe a little pessimistic at times. But he tells Jefferson, we kind of screwed this up. We didn't do as much as we should have. We should have put more Deuteronomy into the Constitution. And Jefferson, who's an optimist, he's like, don't worry. There'll be another generation that comes along that saw what we were trying to do, and they'll make the corrections where they need to.
Yeah.
And then finally, when they both die, you have Jefferson, who dies just hours before Adams. Adams, on his deathbed, says, look, there's Jefferson, and he lives. And they both die on July 4th.
Amazing.
But it's that continuation of that Israeli story, right?
Yeah.
And they understood that. Right down to the point that Franklin, the first seal, the first draft of the seal, was going to be the children of Israel following the pillar of fire.
I've heard that, yeah.
That was what it was supposed to be. So oftentimes, I think in America, because of, I'm just going to call it like I see it, because of the progressive influence that has been happening for the last 100 years, we tend to look at Rome a lot as where we borrowed things.
That's right.
Or Greece. But in all actuality, if you read the founders and you study what the founders had to say, they certainly took some ideas from them, but even more so from ancient Israel. And so there are times that I think in ignoring these holidays that you practice, we aren't doing justice not only to our religious lives, but we're not doing justice to the country as a whole. Because, again, the idea of America is a very Israel-centric kind of idea.
Yeah, amen to that, to all that. I mean, it's interesting about Deuteronomy, and we should have added more Deuteronomy.
Should have added Deuteronomy. And if you look at the book of Deuteronomy, a large portion of it is often, you could almost consider that the Israeli Constitution.
Yeah.
Right? That's where the laws are set forth. That's where it talks about don't go into debt as a nation. Be a lender. Don't be a borrower. Right? It lays forth how Israel is supposed to function. And there's a lot of echoes. Lot of echoes of Deuteronomy still within the United States Constitution.
I think the feasts are actually. I have a crazy vision that the feasts could be a mechanism of uniting Mormonism.
I think you're right. I don't think that's crazy at all.
And so, in one sense, I'm glad that Joseph didn't get around to it, because if he did, then all the branches would be doing it the right way.
Mm-hmm.
You know, according to them, they'd be doing it the right way, and the other guys are doing it the wrong way. And so this is just another reason to divide. But since no one does it, then no one knows what they're doing. And then we can have people from the branch and the AUB and the LDS Church all come together and celebrate Passover and all be edified and go back home to their separate church bodies and not feel offended about what happened, because they have no idea what they're doing, you know. And in some respects, I think this is similar to what ancient Israel did. I think it is exactly that idea that you said about this unifying national
Social
identity,
cohesion, yeah.
social cohesion, because the 12 tribes, like, they had their own land. Like, they were like different nations almost. Mm-hmm. It was like the United States.
Yeah.
Actually, I just read, we read the Declaration of Independence with my family, and talk about it. And the Declaration of Independence, says how many United States there were. Because normally we think of the United States as one thing, but it says these 13 United States, and it talks about the state of Great Britain too. But we have kind of a skewed idea. Really, the intention was these are like essentially independent nations that have agreed to do a couple of things. We have agreed to have a common currency, and we have roads, so we can facilitate commerce between these states, but the states independently are able to do all the things that governments normally do. And if you give people that freedom, like, I think a lot of the problems that we have as a nation are because there's too much federal control. The federal government says everyone needs to be on board with whatever it is. This kind of taxation, this kind of social things, this welfare thing, this gay marriage thing, instead of saying the states have all these things and you can go live in a state that suits your fancy. Instead, everyone is forced to comply with one standard, and then there's just friction over that. But if they would just back off and let the states be independent, then we could all be friends and still have our own views about things. And we could all celebrate Independence Day.
Yep.
And all celebrate Thanksgiving, these national holidays.
No, I think you're right. And the founders definitely bore that out, right? They definitely have this idea that, some states are going to try some stuff and some other states are going to try the exact opposite. And the states that are really smart... Laboratories of freedom or something like that. The states that are really smart, they're going to be like, okay, what they did over there sucked except for this one thing. So let's take that and let's incorporate that, right? So if Massachusetts or New York or California want to go full commie, they can do that, right, to a certain degree. And then we can just watch the repercussions unfold, right?
And let's let that happen.
And then we can pick and choose, what works. But
so with ancient Israel, they had each tribe had their own government. They had elders, and of their communities and captains of 50s and hundreds of thousands and whatever, in their own land. And the tribes, they made alliances with each other and fought wars with each other, and they disagreed over lots of things. But the law said, when it comes time for Passover, and Pentecost and Tabernacles. Everyone needs to come to Jerusalem to celebrate and bring your offerings and remember what God has done for you. And then you go back home and you can be your own separate tribes. And I think that this is like a model for what could happen with Mormonism is everyone can have their own first presidency and council and or whatever, and their own priesthood and their own ordinances, but we come together because we are Israelites, like we claim to be Israelites, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
We claim to be Israelites, and a lot of times we're totally ignorant about Israelite stuff, right? Because we're just Protestants, basically.
Right.
So, but we could come together and be Israelites and celebrate these feasts and be edified, and then everyone goes back to their own tribes, to the LDS and to the branch and to the Nelson Naylor. And
let me ask you this: what do you think it would take in order for that to happen?
For some folks, it's not going to ever happen. Probably, like the LDS Church is never going to like officially say, "Yeah, we'll go along with that." But I mean, I think it's going to. Yeah, I mean that's a good question. The Zara Hamill Foundation's trying, to send out invitations to whoever will come. So I don't know. Please tell me your thoughts if you have any.
I honestly think it's going to take the Lord moving within all these various groups and branches of Mormonism, right? Because fundamentalists as a whole, I think they're okay with recognizing, if they belong to a group, recognizing the head of their group, right? Mm-hmm. But we tend to be very guarded because I think we've seen what happens when there's too much power on top.
Yeah.
Right? And that those abuses happen. Whether it's, certain things going away in the LDS Church, which is the most mild of the issues you experience, or you experience something like Warren Jeffs did, where it was utter tyranny of the worst sort. There's probably a healthy worry about
absolutely,
who's calling the shots, right? And if there's one thing that I've noticed from being in fundamentalism, there's that question of who has the button, right? Who's the man? I think it's going to take pretty much the Lord saying, somehow, knock it off. Yeah. Knock it off. I got the button, okay? I have the button. Everybody else,
right?
Get in the boat, right? That sort of thing. Is what I'm thinking. But I could be wrong. I'll never pretend to know the mind and will of God in such matters because, I'm a clown with a microphone. So,
I have some notes that I prepared. And
sure.
I'm gonna, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
I'm going to talk about, and I think this ties right into what you said the problem with Mormonism is. And this actually ties in with the founding of our country as well. And the idea is axioms. So, I know you're a surveyor. Mm-hmm. Can you tell, do you know what an axiom is? Like when you're talking about mathematical axioms, I'll just say it. Axioms are kind of these fundamental truths that are agreed upon, and which are basically seen as self-evident or accepted, and that are like the simplest kind of statements, things that can't be shown or proven or inferred from simpler parts.
2 + 2 = 4, right? That's that sort of bedrock foundational.
That's right.
Idea.
So, and I think that's really important. There's a famous statement from Joseph Smith. This is in the King Follett Discourse. Like he says, "If we start right, it is easy to go right all the time. But if we start wrong, it is a hard matter to get right."
Right.
We know that. So, I actually have the. We've talked about some of that already, but when you talk a little more about axioms, I'm going to give some examples too of different systems, if you don't mind indulging.
Not at all.
So when we have a set of axioms, a set of propositions which we're going to build upon, we want our set of ideas to be consistent. That is, we cannot have contradictions between our fundamental ideas. Okay? There's one. Okay. We want the set of axioms or fundamental ideas to be independent. That is, and this is just for the sake of simplicity, as we don't want to have axioms that depend on other axioms. Okay? And then we want our set of axioms to be complete as well. We want to have enough fundamental ideas that we can explain or prove or infer any of the situations that might arise in the system that we're talking about. Now, between those three, perhaps the most important is the consistency. So I can give you a little bit of a mathematical theory here. Okay. It can be shown that if you have a set of axioms and there is one, you might have 12 ideas, and if one of them contradicts another idea, then you actually, with that set of ideas, you can prove anything you want. So here's a simple example of how that might go. Let's say that this is a fundamental axiom. I am a fish. Okay? We'll say that's true. And we'll also say simultaneously that I am a fish is false. Okay? So, and we can have a bunch of other ideas too, but we have, as our building blocks, we have this contradiction.
Right.
So now I'm going to use that contradiction to prove anything else I want. So I might say, Dave, I'm going to prove, logically, I'm going to logically prove that you can fly by using these two contradicting axioms. Okay, and it'll go like this. We will just put these together in an or statement. Okay, say, I am a fish, or you can fly. Is that statement true or false? Well, if it's an or, then we don't actually have to check if you can fly.
Right.
Because I said that one of our foundational principles is I am a fish. So I am a fish, or you can fly. Is that true?
No.
Well, according to our set of axioms.
According to the axioms, yes.
Yes, that is true. According to the principles that we're laying down here for this exercise we're doing here. But then I look at the other axiom and says, I am a fish is false. But we said that this combined statement, I am a fish or you can fly, we just determined that was true. But I am a fish part is false, therefore you can fly. Okay. So of course that's ridiculous, right?
Right.
But we can do that kind of thing in math. If you have axioms that contradict, you actually can prove anything. And that is also true in other, with math, things are very rigorous, but the idea of axioms actually applies to governments and religion as well. So in geometry, we have axioms like, for every 2 points, there exists a unique line that contains them both.
Right.
That is an axiom. We can't prove that. We just accept that is the case, right?
Right.
And for every 3 points which do not lie on the same line, there is a unique plane that contains all three, right? That's also an axiom of geometry. And then we can list a bunch of other axioms that talk about what it means to be parallel and about congruence of lines and angles. And we take all these together and we can describe and derive all the properties of Euclidean geometry from this set of propositions. Okay, so that's kind of what people are familiar with when we talk about axioms. But we can talk about governments too. We can say we're going to say these are our axioms. God endowed Adam with the right of dominion over all the earth, including his descendants.
Right.
Okay, and this divine right has been passed by heredity or coronation to the current kings. And then the next thing would be, along with this divine right to rule comes a unique sovereignty wherein the king owns all the property, has dominions, right, and has all the rights. And then number 4, since this right to rule is derived from divine authority, then the king is not accountable to any earthly authority, but only to God. So this set of axioms that I just laid out, that we call that the divine right of kings, right?
Yep.
And if that is your baseline, if those are the axioms that you choose, then you end up with a certain kind of government. You end up with total monarchy. Okay, and so from those axioms, we can infer things about what the government ought to look like, and we would infer that the decrees of the king constitute the laws of his realm, and that using or controlling property or exercising rights are gifts from the king. Right? Those naturally flow from that set of ideas.
So let me just break this down, primarily for myself or anyone else that's listening. So these axioms serve as kind of the base operating system, if you will.
Yeah. For
whatever it is, Euclid geometry or governments or religion.
Yeah. And we go back, we take every proposition, whether it's mathematical or legal or religious, and we refer back to the axioms to make sure that the axioms support the idea that we've come up with.
Okay.
Yeah, so, but then we just had Independence Day. So if instead, remember I said axioms are these self-evident truths.
Right.
If we say, no, the self-evident thing that we are agreeing on is that men are created equal in the eyes of the law.
Right.
And that they are endowed with rights by their creator.
Right.
Rather than by the king. And that among those rights are life, liberty, property, and the pursuit of happiness. And that those rights, which were given to us by God or by nature, are inalienable. That means that they cannot be separated from us. They're intrinsic to our being. Then if you take those as your axiom, then you'll infer that governments are in fact created by men, because the men are the source of the power.
Right.
And that governments derive their powers from the consent of the governed, and that governments and their officers are accountable to the people, and that the governments may be abolished and replaced by the people as they see fit. Right? So you get a very different outcome if you start with different foundational principles, right? So I know this is a long way to get around to it.
No, you're good. This is great. So if we use this thing, right, these axioms, what axioms do we need to, as you said in the beginning, start right?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. So that's exactly where I'm going, is what I think, to be honest, some of the problem with Mormonism, or that some Mormons have. So, so we go to religions next, right? So if we're Christian, which we are, then we would start out with, there is a God, right? I mean, this goes to the lectures on faith, right?
Sure.
Right? First, we have an idea that there's a God, then we say he's good, right? We have an understanding of his attributes and character, right? That I'm going to quote here from the lectures on faith, lecture 3, right? 1, that he was God before the world was created, and the same after it was created. Secondly, that he is merciful, gracious, and slow to anger, right? Third, that he changes not, neither is there variableness within him. He is the same from everlasting to everlasting. Fourthly, that he is a God of truth and cannot lie. Fifthly, that he is no respecter of persons. Sixthly, that he is love, right? And then there's attributes listed to him in lecture 4: knowledge, power, justice, judgment, mercy, and truth. And all of these things are necessary because we want to believe in a God that exists, and in a God that knows enough and is powerful enough, right, to succeed in saving us, and is merciful enough with us to allow for our foibles and sins and weaknesses, and has a plan to overcome those, right? Okay, so those are all things that I think most Christians would agree with, right? Also, as an axiom, not only is God good and all these things, but we understand that he wants us to be with him.
Right.
And that he has given us power to choose, and that he has provided a Savior to atone so we can forgiven and cleansed despite our errant choices, and that application of the atonement is dependent on our faith and repentance. Okay, so then Mormonism comes along, and Mormonism will say, I will say one other thing that's a kind of a Christian axiom, and this is a Jewish axiom as well, is that God has revealed his will to us in the past for our conduct and salvation. We call these things commandments, right?
Right.
Or the scriptures. So Mormonism will take all those axioms that Christianity basically agrees with, and in addition will say, but God continues to reveal his will. And in fact, this, you could think of this as an extension of 4C, which is that he changes not. Neither is there variableness within him, but he's the same from everlasting to everlasting. In other words, God communicated to man in the past. We expect, since he does not change, that he will continue to communicate to us. Now, here's where Mormonism goes wrong. Is that we actually sometimes we shrink this set of axioms down to a single axiom, which is follow the prophet.
Right.
And every single thing in our religion, like this one and one only axiom, is actually consistent, independent, and complete. Because, well, it's consistent because there's no other axioms for it to contradict with. It's independent, again, there's only one. And it's complete because everything in the religion can actually rest upon that. Okay, now and that's fine as far as that goes, but the problem is that if you accept these other axioms, then, and also accept follow the prophet as an axiom, then you will have a problem if those axioms contradict.
Right.
Because if an axiom contradicts, then you can prove or show or do anything.
Right.
And they do contradict, right? Because we say God is eternal and his words are eternal. He does not lie. He says something and he means it. And then the prophet says something that is different from what God said in the past. And so these are at odds. But since we accept follow the prophet as an axiom, then we just go with whatever happens to come, because there's no anchor. Our set of axioms is inconsistent, and although follow the prophet, if that's your only axiom, like it's consistent with itself, it is inconsistent with the religion of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Right. Exactly. And it's that axiom, follow the prophet, that I think has at times put the God-given gift of agency in direct conflict with religion.
Yeah.
Right? If that is the primary directive, follow the prophet, and nothing else matters, that is a problem, because now you have subjugated your agency to follow that one prime directive.
Yeah. And this goes exactly to what we're talking about with the founding of our nation. Like, follow the prophet is in fact the religious equivalent of the divine right of kings.
It is. Yep.
It is. This guy has all authority to rule by decree rather than by tying it to law. Right. And so,
which I think is important at this point to point that out, right? Is that Joseph Smith wasn't able to create this religion based on because I said so.
Yeah.
Right? You don't get that, especially in Jacksonian America, unless you allow people to do their own thinking and come to their own conclusions.
Yeah. Now there are other, the divine right of kings. That creates something called an absolute monarchy. Mm-hmm. But it is possible to have a constitutional monarchy.
Sure, England does it.
Yeah, where the king is restrained by the law, and where the people choose the king, right? The king derives his authority to govern from the consent of the governed rather than from God, and so he's not accountable to any of his subjects, right? So there are certainly ways to have, there are kinds of monarchies that are not tyrannical necessarily. But if your axioms allow for tyranny, like, it will manifest itself
Right.
in very short order, right?
It doesn't take long.
Yeah. So I think so sometimes I jokingly, but also seriously, call myself a Karaite Mormon. So have you heard the term Karaite before?
I haven't.
Okay. Karaite is a branch of Judaism.
Okay.
So Karaite means readers.
Okay.
Specifically, readers of the scripture. Like that's what.
Okay.
And Karaite Jews are kind of in contrast to rabbinical Judaism. And most of Judaism today is rabbinical Judaism. You know, the Orthodox and the Reform and the Hasidic Jews and almost all the kinds of Jews that you normally think of, they are branches of rabbinic Judaism. And rabbinic Judaism basically has the same idea that it's kind of the same idea as follow the prophet. Like, they say God has given his authority to the rabbis, and the rabbis, therefore, if they deem necessary, may change, contradict, add to, subtract from the law of God, depending on
the
circumstances, whims, personal preference, whatever. So it's not exactly the same as the Mormon idea, but there's like some similarities there. And so I think that this is a problem. And so Karaites actually reject that. For the Jews, a lot of the traditions actually will trump the scriptures. The traditions are found in books like the Talmud, and in some places, I have to give a caveat here, because tradition is necessary.
Right.
Tradition is 100% necessary, because the scriptures don't actually spell out everything, nor does the law. Like the law of the Constitution or the laws of the state of Utah, they don't spell out everything that we should be doing every day and in every situation. We have to kind of fill in our actions, with traditions and with our own understanding. But the problem arises when, and Jesus had a lot to say about this, when the traditions become elevated to the level of commandments.
Right.
So if you were a Karaite Mormon, then you would have all those axioms that I mentioned for Christianity, plus the axiom that God can still continue to reveal himself. But you would say that the words change and lie and forever actually mean what we normally think of.
Okay.
So when we say God does not change, like, we actually mean it doesn't lie. And when God says something is forever, like he wants you to do this forever, we just accept it as face value. Because this is the problem that Christianity has too. A lot of times is they'll say, yes, we believe God is forever. His words are forever. And we'll accept that as an axiom. But we'll also say that Jesus did away with all that stuff.
Right.
And both of these are true, which means we can do whatever we want again, right?
Right.
So we can say, no, actually these commandments, Passover and the feasts, like, we don't do those anymore. And some will even go so far as to say, like, doing the feasts is like a wicked thing now. Like, it was righteous and now is wicked. Like, they'll actually fulfill Isaiah's prophecy about calling good evil and evil good. In fact, my dad had that experience more than once. You know, we had moved around. We moved quite a bit when I was young. My parents were just trying to find a place they could afford mostly, but my dad loved to do like Passover for the elders quorum and stuff, or whatever, for the ward, have a ward dinner.
Right.
And sometimes the bishop or the stake president would be like, yeah, that sounds super interesting. And they would do it, and it would be edifying and enlightening and a good experience. And sometimes the bishop or the stake president would be like, absolutely not. Like, we are not doing that apostate Jewish stuff. We're gonna have a ward Halloween party, you know,
right.
But we will not do Passover. That's evil, you know.
Right.
And it's like, so, but if you have a contradiction in your axioms, then you're allowed to cut and paste and change and do whatever you want, and I can prove that you fly.
Right.
If we start with anything contradictory, then we can actually arrive anywhere we want.
Okay. So this brings up a couple questions, and maybe you're going to get to this in a second. So if so, just tell me. Slow down. How do we make sure that our traditions aren't becoming vain traditions of our fathers? Right? Because I think that's a problem that Jesus, I know that's a problem that Jesus had to contend with in the New Testament, right?
Yeah. Because
you had the Pharisees who had all these other traditions that had creeped in, that had become part of the law. They had become elevated.
That's exactly right.
How do we make sure that we don't, if we do these feasts and these sorts of things, that they don't become more important than the message itself, the Savior itself?
Oh, now that's kind of a separate question. It's kind of two questions there, I think. Yeah. I think it is super important to anchor ourselves, and the Book of Mormon authors are very clear about this. Like, they kept the law as well, but it was always, these things are pointing us towards Christ, right? He is the end of the law, meaning he is what everything is pointing towards. He is the goal, and Jesus would say things like that too in his mortal ministry. There's one time when he says, I'm the light of the world, and this was, if I remember right, this was probably during Tabernacles, and they were, one of the things, like part of their celebrations, they would light these big menorahs in the temple courtyard and stuff. And he is this rabble rouser, and he's like, that you're doing that because of me,
right.
That's me.
Yeah.
You're symbolically enacting what I am doing right here, so pay attention, And there's another time when they have this water libation ceremony, this water pouring ceremony, where they pour water from the Gihon spring onto it, and he says, I am the waters of life. Whoever drinks the water I give, never thirst. Like this stuff that you're doing is symbolic of me, and because it didn't make it made some people pretty upset,
right? That
he would upset their traditions,
Sure.
So I think that's super important to, and actually it's one of the beautiful things, actually, because a lot of the holidays that we celebrate, as Gentiles, they're fun. Valentine's Day and St. Patrick's Day and Halloween and Christmas and Easter, and so and a lot of them have meaning, but they're kind of just like separate things. Like St. Patrick's Day doesn't have anything to do with Valentine's Day, right?
No.
Valentine's Day doesn't have anything at all to do with New Year's Eve, But when you look at the feasts that were given to Israel to keep forever, there is this common thread,
a continuation
through every single one of them. and they all point to the same things, and so that's really kind of a beautiful thing. It kind of ties your whole year together, and there's this continual reminder, which is what we're supposed to be doing anyway. We're supposed to be thinking about him all the time.
Absolutely.
So, kind of lost my train of thought there.
No, you're good. We were just talking about trying to make sure that.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and the other thing you asked was, how do we make sure that our traditions don't become vain traditions? And I think it's so important to tie ourselves to the scriptures, really, and take it as an axiom that the scriptures, are more important than the traditions. Although the scriptures allow for variation in how people celebrate or keep the commandments, but there needs to be this freedom. And what people need to remember is not to be offended if someone interprets a scripture a little differently than they do.
Right.
If someone, whatever, someone has a different matzah recipe, but I mean, the Jews actually have laws about how the matzah can be made, and if it's not made in this very specific way, then it is invalid and you cannot use it. But all these rules that they have, none of those are actually what the scriptures say.
Right.
It just says eat flatbread, to remind you about the haste with which you left Egypt, and to remind you about the suffering that happened when you were in the wilderness, and to remind you when it comes time to celebrate and Passover that that I was without leaven, that I was without sin and without mixed, there was nothing mixed in me but the purest ingredients or whatever. And so then, if it's actually, I remember as a youth, I just reminded of the story when I became a teacher in the LDS church, right? So I'm 14 years old, and deacons pass the sacrament, teachers help to prepare it, right? They set out the trays and stuff, right? Priests are the one that bless it, and then the deacons and teachers and priests pass it usually. But my mom had this excellent recipe for homemade bread, and she shared it with many people, loved it, and I had my little interview with the bishop, and he was talking to me about my duties as a teacher and stuff, and how I'd be asked to bring the bread sometimes. And I said, oh, that's perfect. My mom has this great bread. She'll make a loaf of homemade whole wheat bread, and we'll bring it. And he's like, no, we want to have white bread for the sacrament because, it just reminds us of how pure, it's more pure,
Wow.
And I was like, okay, I don't, but, looking back, I'm like, the scriptures don't say white bread.
No.
It probably wasn't even a thing that, that Jesus didn't have white bread, when he had the Last Supper, when he said, eat this in remembrance of my body.
Yeah, I'm not sure the early pioneers had white bread.
No, so we just, there's absolutely nothing wrong with whole wheat bread for the sacrament, and, but if we just build tradition upon tradition upon tradition and never go back to check, then we start to, we'll just make up traditions and turn them into commandments. Like I said, I don't have a problem with traditions. It's fine. If the bishop had said, well, I prefer white bread, but if that's all you have, that's fine. But I prefer white bread for this reason, it's meaningful to me, but there's nothing against it, then that I think is great. If someone has a preference, but you just need to be sure that you don't elevate preferences or even meaningful traditions to the level of commandments.
No, I think that's great.
This is another problem. Problem that if you look at Christians and Jews and compare what they believe, and I lump Mormons in with the Christians, compare what they believe to the scriptures, the scriptures in many places say something along the lines of, you shall not add to or subtract from what I have commanded you. Or do not deviate to the right hand or to the left. Or anything more or less than this cometh of evil. And Jews, for the most part, have added a bunch more things to the law, and Christians have subtracted a bunch of things, and they're both like in error, one on to the left and one on the right. And I think like what the scriptures say is in the middle somewhere.
Right. No, I'd agree with that wholeheartedly. And I go back to something as a surveyor, which is you may start out if you're trying to lay something out and you're off in your bearing, let's say half a degree.
Yeah.
And you're only going 10 feet, you're not going to see a difference.
No problem.
You maybe a couple hundredths, right?
Yeah.
But if you extrapolate that line out half a mile, 2 miles, it exponentially grows, right?
Yeah.
It continues to grow and to expound until the point where all of a sudden where you intended to go, you're hundreds of miles away. And so I think you're 100% right that with some of these things that are traditions, which are fine, we constantly have to be doing bearing checks, right? Are we really on the course we're supposed to be? Let's look back a little bit.
Yeah.
Let's see where we're at. Now let's try to figure out where we're going. Because oftentimes if you're not careful in some of those traditions, they'll throw you off course.
Yeah. And it compounds.
It compounds.
Like once we detach ourselves and say this tradition is now, I mean, it's essentially that we make our set of axioms inconsistent.
Yep.
We say now this tradition is a commandment which actually violates what the scriptures say.
Yep.
Because the scriptures say don't make your traditions commandments. But when we say that is, then suddenly we can do anything we want.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So that's a beautiful example with the surveying.
Yeah.
Yeah, just keeping it tied or chained to
a correct bearing.
a correct bearing.
A correct heading.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah. So if those are our axioms as a Karaite Mormon, then the kind of religion that follows from that is that since God's words and commands are forever, and He does not lie or change, then any new scripture must harmonize with and support or at least not contradict previous scripture. Right. And that also means that that God's words or His plan for salvation also does not change. Like God has not had different plans of salvation for different groups of people at different times. So
we're doing fine.
Are we doing fine on time?
We're doing fine.
Okay.
Look, I set these up to be long form conversations.
All right.
So I can go as long as you can, man.
Okay. All right. So any other thoughts from you before I
No, I think that's great.
Okay.
I'm thoroughly enjoying this.
Now my it took me a while to kind of arrive at these conclusions. But my conclusions right now, and I feel like they are well supported, and we'll get into some of that here in a minute. But like I don't believe that any commandment that God has ever given is done away. Now I have to put a caveat on that because I'm speaking about general commandments, right? So God commanded Noah to build an ark. I don't think that means I need to build an ark and everyone needs to build an ark.
Right.
Right. I think that I believe that God does and can give specific instructions to specific people. And He can tell you to do the Mormon Renegade podcast and not me. And that's totally fine.
That might fall more under the heading of a mission, right? This is your assignment, not so much a commandment.
I think there's just some semantics there, but I do think that not everyone's sins are going to be the same,
right?
Because I think if you receive a specific assignment and you fail in that, or don't, or turn away, like Jonah running away from Nineveh or whatever, like we're not all commanded to go preach to Nineveh, but Jonah was, and so that was a sin for him,
right? Not
to go to Nineveh. It's not a sin for me to. I never have to visit Nineveh in my life, if I don't want to. So, that actually brings up talking about God's plan and about what He wants of us. Brings up the question, what is sin? And so, do you have a definition? What is sin?
So, I remember I had a friend who, again, I met back east. I had so many cool experiences.
Interesting people back east.
It is. He was Greek. And he was a Greek Orthodox. And he had the most interesting take on the word sin. He said, in the Greek, sin means to miss the mark.
Yeah, it's an archery term.
It's an archery term, right? It's to miss the mark. And in some ways, I really like that, because as a guy who's supremely flawed, like I am, that gives me the opportunity to say, I screwed up.
Yeah.
But I'm practicing.
Yeah.
And I'm going to continue to try to hit the mark.
Mm-hmm. No, that's beautiful. I think sometimes people get overwhelmed sometimes.
Yeah.
With trying to be righteous.
I think Mormonism has developed its own culture, which really plays into that heavily.
Agreed.
And not that having those goals aren't good, but if you're missing the lessons along the way, you're kind of missing the point.
Yeah. No, evangelical Christians have a lot of good stuff to say about grace.
They do, yep.
And we forget that sometimes as Mormons, because honestly, God gives us weaknesses so that we can rely on Him. This is Ether. I can't remember.
I can't.
4 or 12,
but I knew what you're talking about.
Yeah, gives men weaknesses that they might be made strong. If we rely on Him. So there's weaknesses. Weaknesses are not sins necessarily, and even sins themselves are. In one sense, I have to be careful here. I could say there's no shame in being a sinner, because you're just among other sinners, like everyone's a sinner. On the other hand, there is a lot of shame if you just decide you're going to stay there.
I think it's about intent, right?
Yeah.
And I often go back to when I was playing football. It's a sad truth. I can't even say it's a sad truth. It's a truth, an uncomfortable one maybe, that we learn way more from our mistakes than we do from our victories a lot of times, right? Breaking down game film where you sucked is a horrible experience, right? Because it's
so educational, though.
It's on display for everybody to see, right?
Oh.
Now, what's interesting, and it took me a long time to notice this, it took me actually coaching the game when I lived in a small town in Idaho for a small high school, is that you may point out, that coach may have pointed out everybody else's failures, but you think yours is the worst. Now,
you're right.
This is the intent, right? This is where I think we need to look at our sin with a certain intent. You're breaking down game film. Let's look at this. Let's study this. Why did you do this?
Yeah.
Let's not do this again. Instead, let's do this. I think if we can use our mistakes and our mishaps, our sin, in such a way to get better, I think we're working the plan. I think that's the plan. That's the plan, right? You are working the plan. Good for you.
You must experience that.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, if you're, well, crap, I screwed up. I'm just done trying and I'm just going to stay here and keep screwing up. That's different.
That's right.
And so I think it's the intent, right?
Yeah. Actions, actions don't always, actions don't reveal intent. Not always. I mean, no. They're definitely connected, but I think that's important. My wife, Charlotte, just, she watched an interesting video teaching this principle about like how to criticize someone in like the most productive way, because when someone like corrects rather than criticize, when someone corrects or criticizes us, like we take it personally. And the reason for that is like we think that they're saying we are a bad person, or like we're not worth as much or something, when really they're just criticizing what we were doing, that we weren't doing it in the best way, or we were doing it in a way that was annoying or whatever. And as long as if you're the one criticizing, you like make it clear, like, this is not about whether you are a good person or a valuable person. It's just that you're doing something not that I think could be improved,
Right.
And I know that you want to do good, and so I have an idea for you.
Right.
And same thing if you're receiving it, whether they say it or not, just like internalize, like, I have good intent. I want to do better. I want to do good. And so I'll take this as a critique of my actions, but not my intent, because my intent, even though I fell short or was lazy or whatever, like, I do want to do good. And so I think, like the intent is key. And, and I'm so grateful that we will be judged on that. Like God says, I look on, the men look on the outward appearance, but I look on the heart.
Right.
And so I feel pretty, I feel confident in that, like
gives us some hope, right?
I am hopeful about that. Like I know there's lots of scriptures that talk about the horrible experience that judgment will be, and I have no doubt that it will be a little uncomfortable sometimes, or maybe a lot uncomfortable. But I still have faith that God is merciful, and that I'm in good hands. That's all I'll say.
Right. Yeah. No, I agree totally. I've often imagined the judgment is sitting there, and him stopping a hit and pause on a video, going, "What were you thinking there? I mean, what were you trying to get done right there?"
Yeah.
Right. And hashing some of those out.
Yeah. So sometimes I remember thinking this as when I was a child or a young adult, I guess. Like thinking like, gosh, like the commandments there's so much to do. Like I can sin in so many different ways, but I didn't really have a concept of the law. And so we're going to read. This is what John says. 1 John 3 verse 4. Whoever committeth sin, this is the King James. Whoever committeth sin transgresseth also the law, for sin is the transgression of the law. Okay. In the American Standard Version, it says, everyone that doeth sin doeth also lawlessness, for sin is lawlessness. So it really is tied to what do the scriptures say, and not more or less either.
Right.
It is not a sin to bring brown bread to the sacrament, right? Because the scripture doesn't say one way or the other. It's fine if you do bring white bread, if you have a preference for that. Or maybe you have a preference for brown bread. Like I know people too are like, no, this is, healthy and the white bread's an abomination. Like, it doesn't say that either.
Yeah.
And so once you realize that, I think that as an axiom or as a foundational principle, this goes to the founding of our nation too. We want the law to be immutable. We want the law to be written down.
Right.
We don't want the law to be by decree of the guy on top. And he can change things, make things that were righteous once, now wicked, change the plan this way and that way, add or subtract things that contradict with previous things. We don't want that for our government, and we shouldn't want that for our religion either. Right? So going back to the divine right of kings, did you know, like, this is in Deuteronomy again, Deuteronomy 17, actually I'm going to read this, Deuteronomy 17, 18 through 20. This is what the Israelites had a king, right? But this is what the king was supposed to do. When he takes the throne of his kingdom, he is to write for himself on a scroll a copy of this law, taken from that of the Levitical priests. It is to be with him, and he is to read it all the days of his life, so that he may learn to revere the Lord his God and follow carefully all the words of this law and these decrees, and not to consider himself better than his fellow Israelites, and turn from the law to the right or to the left. Then he and his descendants will reign a long time over his kingdom in Israel.
Wow.
Now, don't you wish that we said, you're an elected leader, you must write, and we are going to watch you. You will write a copy, word for word, of the Constitution, and you will keep that with you, so that and we all know that you read it and you wrote it, and we're going to hold you to that, so you don't think you're better than us and that you can just do whatever you want, but you realize this is the law, and I'm going to...
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like...
Yeah, you wish? I wish.
Sensual political talk. I mean, yeah, if you could get somebody to do that, yeah, that would solve so many of the problems.
So we want the law to be written and not to change. So now, having said that, there's more than one way to interpret the law. So sometimes I'll talk with things about the Old Testament and the law and the feasts, and I mean the whole law, the whole thing. Laws about slavery and marriage, and about purity, and about kosher eating, and all those things. We can look at those things with different eyes, and I like to say Greek eyes versus Hebrew eyes.
Right.
Okay. So now the same thing happens with our Constitution too, because
you got a literalist, and then you have an interpretation.
That's right. So there's a whole bunch of what are called like modes of constitutional interpretation.
Right.
And there's a bunch of different ones, but I just want to highlight kind of these two opposite ends. One is the originalism. Mm-hmm. Okay. Originalism is based asserts that all the statements in the Constitution must be interpreted, and are best interpreted based on the original understanding at the time it was adopted. Right. In other words, originalists want to know what the founding fathers and the other colonists were thinking. We want to know how they used and defined words, what they thought about government and the law, and the issues and the problems that they were facing in their day that led them to include particular wording. Okay, and then on the other end we have one other thing is that this view implicitly believes that the Constitution is stable. In other words, its meaning doesn't change, and that if you want to change the Constitution or its meaning, the only way to do that is according to Article 5.
Right.
Okay, but then we have the concept of the living Constitution, which says that the Constitution should be interpreted based on the context of current times and current political ideas and ideologies and modern usage of and definitions of words. and modern views on the purpose of laws and the scope and power of governments and all those things. And if you take these views, you're going to end up with very different ideas.
Right.
So applying that to religious ideas, it's Greek versus Hebrew eyes. How do you interpret the text? So here's a little exercise.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you for your responses, and you can tell me either I just want you to tell me what's like the common, some of the like short descriptors maybe of what people think of the law of Moses, like Christians or Mormons. Like,
okay, I think that most Christians and Mormons look at the law of Moses as the taskmaster that pointed us towards Christ.
Okay, taskmaster. I mean, I've heard people say it was harsh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, a burden.
Preparatory in some ways.
Yes. Complex. Impossible to keep. I have even heard some people say it was wicked, like that it was like, or it was a curse.
Stretch.
It is a stretch. That's not the usual, I'll say. Right. But it is common to hear people say it was a curse.
Yeah.
No, those laws were given to them as a curse.
Yep.
It was a burdensome curse. So that is with our Greek and Roman eyes. But if you want to know what the Hebrew eyes, the Israelite eyes looked at, how they looked at the law, you can read in the Psalms. This is Psalm 19, starting at verse 7. The law. Oh, let me back up to the law. The law and the commandments. Sometimes those are synonymous. And the commandments, the scriptures. You'll notice sometimes they talk about the judgments, the statutes, the testimonies, the commandments. Those judgments, statutes, and testimonies, those are like different kinds of commandments. Okay, the testimonies are the remembrances, like Independence Day, or like in the Hebrew, it's Passover, like we're memorializing something, or the Sabbath, we're memorializing this seventh day of creation. Those are the testimonies. Statutes are things that don't necessarily make sense. Okay, like don't eat pigs. Like, why not? They're delicious.
Right.
Okay, and then judgments are things that are basically universally understood. Don't murder, don't steal. Like, okay.
Right.
Okay, so just so you know. So these are all parts of the law. So this is Psalm 19. The law of the Lord is perfect, restoring the soul. The testimony of the Lord is sure, making wise the simple. The statutes of the Lord are right, rejoicing the heart. The commandment of the Lord is pure, enlightening the eyes. The fear of the Lord is clean, enduring forever. The judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether. More to be desired are they than gold, yea, than much fine gold, sweeter also than honey and the honeycomb. That's when the Hebrew. If you look at what they considered the law to be,
mm-hmm.
It was more to be desired than gold, yea, much fine gold, sweeter than honey, good and righteous altogether, making wise the simple, restoring the soul, all these things. There's nothing in there about how accursed and burdensome and temporary and all the things that we, looking back on it with Christian eyes, would describe the law as.
Well, let me ask you a question here. Because we tend to practice religion within a framework of pre-existing laws and conditions as set forth in the United States Constitution. Israel practiced their religion within the confines, shouldn't even say the confines, within the structure of a very integrated political structure, right?
A theocracy.
So, a theocracy,
yes.
Right? So if we look at...
Sometimes,
yes, sometimes, you're correct. That's how it was meant to be. Right. So as you read that out of Psalms that you just did, I think, well, of course that would be sweet to them because they are forging a new, or attempting to perpetualize, if that's even a word, this system that comes from utter chaos, right? Because you have to remember, this law springs forth, a lot of it, in a time when Israel is plucked out of Egypt.
Yeah.
And then thrown into the chaos of the wilderness.
Yeah.
And then into the chaos of war at Jericho, I believe.
Yeah. And even before that.
And then now they have to bring all of this chaos into order. So I think for most Mormons and most Christians, there's a bit of a disconnect there, because we tend to look at religion as being able to operate within this very secular framework that is the United States Constitution, right?
Yeah.
The founders were very deliberate in how they framed the word God, versus this Hebrew outlook on it, which is the law and the Lord are very much entwined, right? It's very nationalistic. Right. So my question is that as Mormons, and especially fundamentalist Mormons, do we need to start thinking about keeping these things as almost a type of counterculture? A peaceful one.
Yes, absolutely.
Right? A peaceful one that can coexist and harmonize, but a counterculture nonetheless.
Yeah.
Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think it's, well, I mentioned, Israel did not always do, they were, in the history of the Bible, they were very seldom sovereign, actually.
Right.
They were for a little while, and then, and then they were in Babylon, and then they came back for a little bit, but they were really, a vassal state to Persia, and then the Greeks took them over, and then the Romans, and then they were scattered.
Right.
And so there's not very much time when they're actually independent. There were bits and pieces there. Even during Jesus's day, right?
Right, under the Romans.
They were under the thumb of the Romans, and still Jesus encouraged everyone to keep the law and encourage righteousness, but also, but he had a lot to say about the traditions of the elders. Like I said, maybe we'll get to that some more. So I do think it's important to keep as many of the commandments as possible, right? Even in Jesus's day, they could not keep all the commandments. They just couldn't, because the Romans wouldn't allow them to have their own courts and stuff, for example. And the same is true for us. Like, you read the scriptures, the saints are supposed to have their own courts and councils for everything, not just religious things, but for civil matters too. That is the ideal, as you mentioned. But we can't. That's okay. That shouldn't stop us from doing everything that we can.
Gotcha.
Right? And God will take that into account. Like, He knows the circumstances. And one thing I point out sometimes, even in Jesus's day, even the priests couldn't keep they had their temple, but they couldn't even keep all the commandments then, because when they were taken captive into Babylon, Jeremiah took the Ark of the Covenant and hid it. And so when the temple was rebuilt, the Holy of Holies was empty. But the high priest is supposed to go in there and sprinkle blood on the Ark of the Covenant, or in front of the Ark of the Covenant on the Day of Atonement, and he could not do that. So they just go in and they sprinkle it, on the ground near, where it would have been, and that's the best that you can do, and that's
okay.
So even in Jesus's day, they couldn't keep all of the commandments, and that's fine.
Okay, no, that makes perfect sense.
But yeah, I do think that there needs to be a almost, I would say, nationalistic revival of that. We are like ancient Israel, like we are still a nation, even though we're part of Rome. We are Israelites still, and we have our own unique customs, and we're going to keep them as best we can within this framework of this society that we're in. And I think the Constitution of the United States is beautiful because it kind of allows for that, right? And allows other people to have their communities too, and we can be allies, but not have to be, but have freedom still.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, so there's more than one way to, interpret things. So let's see. I do want to say, let's see. I'm going to do another eye exam, I guess.
Okay.
Greek versus Hebrew eyes.
Okay.
Okay. So I ask people this sometimes too: is before the atonement was accomplished, people living back in King Solomon's day, Elijah's day, Malachi, whatever. How were they forgiven of sins? How do they obtain forgiveness of their sins?
It's through animal sacrifice.
Yeah, right. That's the usual answer. And so, but then, if that were the case, then what need was there for the atonement? If you could actually be forgiven by sacrificing an animal. And the answer is, the answer that I would say to that is that is a gross misunderstanding of what sacrifice is for. Sacrifice never was meant to be like a competing method of salvation with the atonement. And in Hebrews, the Apostle Paul says, those blood of goats and sheep, that never forgave anyone's sin. And it is a little unfortunate that in English it says sacrifice for sin. It says sin offerings.
Right.
But it's the word is, and I don't have the Hebrew word, but I know that it's better interpreted purification offering. It's because sometimes you would do sin offerings for things that weren't sins. Like if you touched a dead body, or
right.
Like you're burying your father or something, like you would accumulate this ritual impurity that would make it so that you can't go to the temple and participate until you washed your clothes and washed yourself and cleaned yourself up, and then you would be considered. And then sometimes you would offer this sin offering, but it was really a purification offering.
Okay. And
then you are right with God and can be participate and be in His presence symbolically. So no, like people who lived before Jesus, all their sins were by faith on the sacrifice of Messiah.
Right.
Every bit as much as it's like saying to us now, does partaking of the bread and wine or water for the sacrament, does that forgive your sins? Now, of course, we understand that. No. But that is a reminder that's to point us towards the sacrifice of the Savior.
Right.
And it's the same for them too. And actually, in a certain sense of speaking, the atonement happened before anyone was on the earth.
Sure.
The scriptures in more than one place say He was the Lamb slain from before the foundations of the world. So the atonement happened in God's timing.
Wow.
Before everyone.
Right.
And so everyone relies on the same thing. So Joseph Smith talks about this too. He says, so this is again Hebrew versus Greek eyes here, right? The Hebrew concept of God is unchanging. His plan and the way that we interact with Him has never changed and never will change, because He's smart enough to lay it down right the first time. Right. Humans, we make laws and we change them and we add to them because we don't know what we're doing. Like, we're just experimenting.
We are, yeah.
But God is smart enough that he gets it right the first time and just sticks with that. Okay, but Jesus is killed, Jews are scattered, Christianity starts to spread among all these former pagans.
Right.
Greeks and Romans and who knows what else. And what do Greeks think about their god, their gods? They think, are their gods constant?
No, their gods are kind of chaotic.
Their gods are chaotic. Their gods change their mind all the time. Their gods say one thing one day and another the next day, and they are entirely fickle and inconstant. And you have all these pagans who are now Christians, and they have no problem with believing that God used to say, when Adam and Eve came out of the garden, that there was sacrifice and the gospel. The New Testament talks about the gospel being preached to Abraham and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But then Abraham comes along and there's circumcision is added to that, and then Moses comes along and like all the gospel stuff has gone away, and we replace it with this all this minutia of the law of Moses, and then Jesus comes along and does away with all of that, and also the circumcision stuff with Abraham. But then someday there will be sacrifice again, because the Old Testament talks about that, and Joseph Smith talks about that, with the gospel stuff, and like we don't have any problem swallowing that, because we just have this. We're looking at everything with Greek eyes, and we're not pagans.
No,
but we have inherited these ideas from our ancestors that God does change his mind sometimes and comes up with a new plan. It used to be by animal sacrifice, but now it's by Jesus, and like those people were saved in a different way than we are saved.
Right.
And so I'm actually going to let's see.
Problem with cultural heritage, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly. So this is Joseph Smith. This is Teaching of the Prophet Joseph Smith, page 59. Now in this quote, he's talking about the gospel, what we consider the gospel, being around in ancient times before Jesus. Okay, so it's a little different than saying that the law of God given through Moses is applicable today, but you get the idea. So Joseph Smith says, we all admit that the gospel has ordinances, and if so, had it not always ordinances, and were not its ordinances always the same? Perhaps our friends will say, meaning like our Christian friends, right, that the gospel and its ordinances were not known until the days of John, the son of Zacharias, in the days of Herod, the king of Judah. But we will here look at this point. For our own point, we cannot believe that the ancients in all ages were so ignorant of the system of heaven as many suppose, since all that were ever saved were saved through the power of this great plan of redemption, as much so before the coming of Christ as since. If not, God has had different plans in operation, if we may so express it, to bring men back to dwell with himself, and this we cannot believe, since there has been no change in the constitution of man since he fell. Like, men still have the same problem, and so God's solution is still the same, and always has been. I love, he says, this is something that Mormons cannot believe, is that God would have a different modes of salvation at different dispensations.
Right.
We cannot. We do not believe that. Otherwise, God is partial.
Right.
I had a talk with my boss at work about this whole COVID thing and mandatory injections of experimental things that we take no responsibility for, but we're requiring you to take it anyway, and all of the crazy and frankly illegal things that were done or attempted. And his argument to me was, because he's kind of in favor of all that, his argument to me was, and I talked about like the constitutional issues of this. His argument was, well, the Constitution really needs to be revised and updated. Like, it was written so long ago. Those guys didn't have any idea about global pandemics, which is not true, because the Black Death was before that. So they had perfect idea about
And they
pandemics.
were constantly dealing with outbreaks of diphtheria,
Cholera and smallpox, whatever.
Yeah.
Like, no, that's not even true. Like, your premise is not even true. But he says, we've just advanced in technology so much. Like, don't you think, like, we should, and we know better. Yeah. Now we know better. Don't you think we should, like, update the Constitution so that we can force people to do these things and stuff, and do what's best for society, And I mean, my response was, the Constitution is not concerned with updates in science or technology, and it's true that, like, we have not discovered, at the time the Constitution was written, we didn't know about many of the things that we take for granted now, scientific and medical discoveries. But there is one discovery that the Founding Fathers knew very well about, was discovered before the Constitution. That was the nature of mankind.
Right.
And that has not changed. And that is the issue that the Constitution is addressing, not technology and updating that. It is addressing the problem of man and our desire to be tyrants over our fellow man. And that has not changed. And so the Constitution should not be updated, because that is still the case.
The best description I ever heard of the Constitution was it was a charter of negative liberties for the government.
That is exactly right.
So it cannot do the things that the founders were concerned about.
Yeah. You read the Bill of Rights, and this is a huge misunderstanding that people have about the Constitution. They'll say, the Constitution gives us the right to vote, or to have free speech, or to carry arms, or whatever. It's like, no.
Rights.
Oh, even that. The Bill of Rights does not give us those things.
No, those are inalienable rights from God.
That's right.
Yeah.
That is the mistake. Though the Bill of Rights actually puts limits on the government. Yep. It does not grant us anything. It limits the government in all of these areas.
Yep.
Right? This shall not be infringed. There should be no law about religion. Right of free speech, all those things. So, anyway, so Joseph's talking about, so the Constitution is still a valid document because human beings are the same. Even though we have more technology,
we're still the same.
We are humans still, with the same weaknesses, sinful natures, and proclivities that we have always had.
Everything that makes us human.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so Joseph says the same is true when it comes to our salvation and God's plan for us. It says the nature. What did he say? Some will suppose that before the coming of Christ, things were different, that God has had different plans in operation to bring men back to dwell with him, but we cannot believe this, since there's been no change in the constitution of man since he fell. Like, we're still...
we're still the same.
Yeah.
We still have the same natural inclinations that run contrary to the will of God.
Yeah. So sometimes when we refer to the law of Moses, sometimes it's kind of used in a little bit of a pejorative sense, I think. It's like, oh, that was Moses' law, Really, I think a more accurate thing is to say the law of God revealed or given to Moses.
Right.
It's a little harder to brush away when it's...
Well, I think that, again, probably because of our Greek eyes, if you will, or our cultural heritage or cultural remembrance, we tend to look at them in two separate facets, right? There's this dividing line between Moses, the law of Moses, and then the higher law that's often spoken about in Jesus.
Yes.
The issue that I keep coming back to is, if this is the restoration of all things, it has to include Moses.
That's right.
We don't get to just exclude that because we feel like we're under a different covenant.
Are you reading my notes here?
No, sorry.
No, that's right.
We tend to think of, no, that doesn't apply to us anymore because we have Jesus.
Yeah.
Right?
That's right.
And I don't think that's the case, right? Yeah. You have to take a holistic view of the gospel, especially if you make the claim that this is the restoration of all things.
That's right. Yeah. Amen to that. So, you mentioned the restoration of all things and the law of Moses. So I have another quote here from Joseph Smith, Teachings of the Prophet Joseph Smith. This is like page 172, 173. It's kind of long, but it's good. Actually, he starts off with this quote starts off with a really interesting statement about what the keys of the priesthood are. Okay, so you'll ask 10 different people and get 10 different answers. But there's validity to all those different answers, no doubt. But Joseph here boils it down to two things. He says the keys of the priesthood consisted in obtaining the voice of Jehovah and in the offering of sacrifice. That constitutes the keys of the priesthood. And in some sense, I'm sure you could assign Melchizedek and Aaronic to those things. But anyway. So I'll start here. Thus we behold that the keys of this priesthood consisted in obtaining the voice of Jehovah, that he talked with him, Noah, in a familiar and friendly manner, and that he continued to him the keys and covenants and power and the glory with which he had blessed Adam at the beginning, and the offering of sacrifice, which also shall be continued at the last time. And this is in bold here. For all the ordinances and duties that ever have been required by the priesthood under the directions and commandments of the Almighty in any of the dispensations shall be had in the last dispensation. Therefore, all things had under the authority of the priesthood at any former period shall be had again, bringing to pass the restoration spoken of by the mouth of all the holy prophets. Then shall the sons of Levi offer an acceptable offering unto the Lord, and he shall sit as a refiner and purifier of silver, and shall purify the sons of Levi and purge them as gold and silver, that they may offer unto the Lord. Quoting Malachi. It will be necessary here to make a few observations on the doctrine set forth in the above quotation, and it is generally supposed that sacrifice was entirely done away when the great sacrifice, i.e., the sacrifice of the Lord Jesus, was offered up, and that there will be no necessity for the ordinance of sacrifice in the future. But those who assert this are certainly not acquainted with the duties, privileges, and authority of the priesthood, or with the prophets, meaning they don't understand what the prophets have said about sacrifice. Continuing, he says, the offering of sacrifice has ever been connected and forms a part of the duties of the priesthood. It began with the priesthood and will be continued until after the coming of Christ, from generation to generation. We frequently have made mention of the offering of sacrifice by the servants of the Most High in ancient days, prior to the law of Moses, which ordinances will be continued when the priesthood is restored with all its authority, power, and blessings. It is a very prevalent opinion that the sacrifices which were offered were entirely consumed. This was not the case. If you read Leviticus 2, verses 2 through 3, you will observe that the priest took a part as a memorial and offered it up before the Lord, while the remainder was kept for the maintenance of the priests, so that the offerings and sacrifices are not all consumed upon the altar, but the blood is sprinkled, and the fat and certain other portions are consumed. These sacrifices, Joseph just mentioned the Levitical sacrifices and also the patriarchal sacrifices, with Noah and so it says these sacrifices, as well as every ordinance belonging to the priesthood, will, when the temple of the Lord shall be built, and the sons of Levi purified, be fully restored and attended to in all their powers, ramifications, and blessings. This ever did and ever will exist when the powers of the Melchizedek priesthood are sufficiently manifest. Else, how can the restoration of all things spoken of by the holy prophets be brought to pass? It is not to be understood that the law of Moses will be established again with all its rites and variety of ceremonies, but this has never been spoken of by the prophets. But those things which existed prior to Moses' day, namely sacrifice, will be continued. It may be asked by some, what necessity for sacrifice, since the great sacrifice was offered? In answer to which, if repentance, baptism, and faith existed prior to the days of Christ, what necessity for them since that time? Okay, so there's kind of a lot to unpack, but one is what you said, spot on. every single thing that has ever been required of the priesthood in any of the dispensations is going to be had in the last dispensation. And I would actually argue that everything that has ever been in any dispensation has always been required, but we have been prevented from keeping them from time to time for apostasy or oppression from foreign governments or whatever, but that the Word of God itself, whether we're keeping it or not, the Word of God stands forever.
Right.
That's what I would say. So there's one thing. Another thing is, what's he talking about? If repentance, faith, and baptism existed prior to the days of Christ, what need for them since? He's kind of making an argument by symmetry here. That, well, what do faith, repentance, and baptism do for us now? And the answer is, go ahead, give me an answer.
Well, they serve as the, faith, baptism, and repentance is the entryway into the gospel kingdom.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it's an ordinance that must be kept.
Yeah.
Now, the logical conclusion is that if what Joseph Smith said is true, which I believe it is, that those things existed prior to Christ, why would we need to do them now? With that same logic,
if
right?
Jesus did away with everything before, right? So
the same rules apply to the stuff that maybe we, who look at things through Greek eyes, as you like to say, seem distasteful. Just because they seem distasteful doesn't mean that they're not just as necessary,
meaningful and necessary, and
as
all that.
Baptism, faith, and repentance.
That's exactly right. That's exactly the argument. Like, if those things, faith, baptism, and repentance, have value both before and after, and it doesn't matter what you say. You give any benefit, any reason why God would say those things, why God would command those things and tell us about those things. Whatever reason you give applies before and after.
Yep.
And the same thing, if you can come up with any good reason for sacrifice, like, it's the same reason now. With all the principles of the gospel, it's just this. It was he did come in the meridian of time, but there wasn't like a discontinuity in God's plan.
No.
Everything before and after just points towards the meridian. Everything before and after points towards the great sacrifice. I
think we tend to look at things as being in different books, while God looks at things as being different chapters of the same book. Right?
That's a good way to put it.
And so oftentimes we tend to be like, nope, Old Testament is done. That's the end of that book. We don't have to worry about what's in that book. Maybe we reference it from time to time as
historical.
Historical, but that's done. Now we're in this new book. And I don't think God references it that way. I think it's the same book with different chapters, and those chapters are just as important. The other thing I want to say at this point is that you've done a great job there of making the following point, which is, I asked the question earlier, why weren't these things brought up by Joseph Smith or restored by Joseph Smith? As fundamentalists, we have a propensity to say we're going back to the source, right? Yeah. The source being Joseph Smith. We now have gone back to the source, as you've just shown, and have let Joseph's words speak for themselves on the necessity of these things.
Yeah. And I think in many ways, now, a lot of Mormons, like, unless they had read this, wouldn't believe that.
Right.
Because we have inherited this Protestant worldview of what religion should be, and that, like you said, the Old Testament's done away. Like, that is a common thing. I even remember, and you probably do too. In the that little piece about sacrifice being done away is like part of the endowment.
Yeah. Right.
They say that, even though it contradicts flatly with what Joseph said, and also contradicts with what the prophets said. Like, he quoted Malachi about, in the future, the sons of Levi will be purified, and then they will again offer acceptable offerings to the Lord.
So do you view that portion of the endowment as in error?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Or certainly without nuance.
Okay.
Yeah. So now, Jews, they believe in the law of Moses, and they believe that it's the word of God and commanded, but they also don't offer sacrifices. And really, they are waiting for the same thing that Joseph said we were waiting for in order to fully do these things.
Right.
He said, these sacrifices, Levitical and patriarchal, as well as every ordinance belonging to the priesthood, will, when the temple of the Lord shall be built and the sons of Levi purified, be restored and attended to in all their powers, ramifications, and blessings. So we don't have a place to do all of the things. The Jews don't have a place either, and that is the reason why Jews aren't doing sacrifice either. They're waiting for the temple to be rebuilt in Jerusalem.
Right.
So but the difference between Mormons and Jews is Jews are looking forward to that, and Mormons, for the most part, have no idea that that's in the plan.
Right. So let me ask you this, because I'm just curious on what your opinion is on this. Do you foresee like a Levitical temple, so to speak, and then
yes,
a Melchizedek temple? Because
yes.
I think that follows exactly with what Joseph Smith had in mind. Because if you look at, again, because I'm a surveyor and really kind of a nerd, I look at those old maps and I kind of get a little taken with them, right? I mean,
yeah, they're beautiful.
They're beautiful, right?
Map making is an art.
Yeah, and so when you look at the original layout that Joseph had,
24 temples.
24, right? And one of those, if I remember correctly, was for the Levitical
12.
priesthood. Yeah.
Half.
Yep.
Yeah. And I don't have the reference. So I apologize for that. But I know I think it was John Taylor had a vision of like that temple complex in operation in the future, and he describes these pillars of smoke coming from altars there.
Mm-hmm. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
So it's coming back now. When we read this, and we with our Greek eyes, we grab on to this part here where he says the law of Moses. Joseph said, before he said every single thing that's been required by the priesthood in any dispensation will be restored, and he talks about in Leviticus chapter 2, and he talks about the Levitical offerings, and then he says something. He says it's not to be understood that the law of Moses will be established again with all its rites, varieties, and ceremonies. This has never been spoken of by the prophets. And so we look at that and we're like, see, all that stuff is done away, even though he just barely talked about the book of Leviticus. Okay, so what? How do we like parse that out? And the conclusion I've come to, and I'm going to explain, is that we don't know what the law of Moses is.
Okay.
So I remember, and maybe you do too. As a convert, maybe you don't, but I remember growing up in the church and having Sunday school lessons about the law of Moses and about all the crazy things that are required. And we've talked about some of them here now, like when you make matzah for Passover, like it has to be, you have to grind the wheat, mix the ingredients, knead it, roll it out, and put it in the oven in under 18 minutes. Otherwise, it's not kosher. Right? Otherwise, and if you eat it for Passover, if that has happened, if you've violated that, then you're sinning. Right. Then you're breaking the commandment. So, of course, the scriptures don't say any of that stuff. But I remember being taught that is what the law of Moses is.
See, I remember hearing very similar things in Sunday school, adult Sunday school. And I'm like, we don't really know, right? Because by the time we start getting a real good record of what the law of Moses is, in quotes, it's already been, pardon the expression, kind of probably bastardized a little bit by some of the Pharisees, right?
Oh, yes, 100%.
And so we don't know exactly what that was. So I agree with you totally there. Let me ask you one more question before we move on here. How do you square that with what Jesus said in 3 Nephi when he said, animal sacrifices are done away with now. Now I require the broken heart and the contrite spirit.
Yeah.
How do you square that?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and that's a big question. I'm going to start with the broken heart and the contrite spirit. Because people read that and they'll be like, this is like a new thing. When in fact, broken heart and a contrite spirit, that's an old thing.
Right.
That's in Deuteronomy.
Mm-hmm.
You know. Okay. I actually have. So I know you came to the Restoration Torah conference.
Someone took mine.
Is that right? Oh, yeah. I wish I would. I have.
You're good. You're good.
I'll bring you another one.
All right.
So not this one, but last year, my talk I gave was about animal sacrifice specifically, and I talked about that Book of Mormon verse, that specific Book of Mormon verse in 3rd Nephi. So I'm going to refer to that. Let me open it up here. So there's several things going on. I'm going to read that. So 3rd Nephi, chapter 9, verse 17 through 19. Behold, by me redemption cometh, and in me is the law of Moses fulfilled. I am the light and life of the world. I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. And ye shall offer up unto me no more shedding of blood. Yea, your sacrifices and your burnt offerings shall be done away, for I will accept none of your sacrifices and your burnt offerings. Okay, so we have like the standard interpretation of that is at odds with what Joseph just said.
Right.
And it also is at odds with what Malachi and Isaiah and Ezekiel say. So yeah, we have to harmonize that. And one way, I would say, is to accept that God has different plans. And like he said, yes, do sacrifice. No, now I won't accept that. Now it's actually wicked. But in the future, that will be righteous again. And I don't really like that kind of a God. You know, that's the Greek. That's the Greek God, because their gods are fickle. So my interpretation to that is that we can look at some of these words with the Karaite axioms instead of the Greek axioms. The Karaite axioms are every scripture that's given has to harmonize with the previously given scripture because God is constant. So we'll take first one. In me, the law of Moses is fulfilled. So in English, fulfilled has a range of meanings. Sure. Like you look up in a dictionary, there'll be 3 or 4 definitions or something, right? The one that we latch onto with our Greek understanding is fulfilled means wrapped up, finished, done.
Right.
But if we're looking at it through Hebrew eyes, we might read that and say fulfilled means he did it, not that it was done away. This is like when Jesus goes to John the Baptist and says, "Baptize me." John says,
"Not worthy
to unlatch your shoe." Jesus says, "Suffer it so, for we must do this to fulfill all righteousness."
Right.
So when we read Jesus fulfilled all righteousness right there, does that mean that he did away with righteousness? Or does it mean he performed the righteousness?
Yeah, he performed it.
Performed it, yeah. And I believe when Jesus says, "In me is the law of Moses fulfilled," that means a couple of things, but in a positive sense, not a negative. One is that he came to set an example for us. We believe that. He was sinless. That means he kept the whole law. He did the whole law. And not only do the whole law, but he showed us what the law meant, and to remind us that the law was pointing to him, and also reminds us not to be concerned, or at least not overly concerned with like the legalistic minutia of the law,
right?
Like about how long water has been touching that flour before it goes in the oven. Like That is not what it's about. It's about what the words say. It's about getting rid of the traditions. It's about loving your God and loving your neighbor. And all the other commandments hang on these things, right? So that is the sense at which he fulfilled it, is that he actually did it, set an example for us, and showed us how to interpret the meaning of the law in the way it was intended. Okay, so there's one. Okay, now I like to point out that this verse in the Book of Mormon is actually, well, I have to back up a little bit because I don't believe that the Book of Mormon is perfect. I do believe what Joseph said, that it's the most correct book, and it'll bring us closer to God by abiding by its precepts. Okay, I don't have any problem with that. But the Book of Mormon authors themselves say a bunch of times, if there's anything wrong with this, like, they're the errors of men, and don't condemn this because you found an error in it.
Right.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
Okay. So, so here's, so we have a saying in English, more is better.
Right.
Okay, so Jesus says, well, let me back up. So I don't know if you've ever tried to translate something to a different language.
No.
It's tricky because you'll read a word in the foreign language, and that has a range. It'll have a range of meanings.
Right.
You look up in the foreign dictionary, and there's 4 definitions for it, and you have to pick one, and then put it into English, and you'll pick an English word, and it has a range of meanings too. And you can get the wrong idea when you're translating pretty quickly if you get two steps off. I mean, it's kind of like the surveying thing we talked about. So just to demonstrate this, there's a verse in the New Testament, in 1 Timothy, that says, "A bishop then must be blameless, husband of one wife." Okay, you know that scripture?
I do.
Okay, so in Greek, the word one is mia, and in Greek has kind of a range of meanings. And we could translate it different ways. It can mean, it could be translated as one, which is what it is in the King James. It could be translated as a, okay? And it can also be translated as first, which also means one. Like sometimes those mean the same thing, right? If someone tells you you're number one, that also means you're first, right? Because you won the race or whatever, right? Right. And one also means a. Sometimes give me one water, give me a water. Those mean the same thing. So sometimes they overlap. But if we put those into this verse, you say a bishop must be the husband of one wife, or a bishop must be the husband of a wife, or a bishop must be the husband of his first wife. Those all have different meanings now. Right. If it's the husband of one wife, then it's like a prohibition on polygamy. Right. If it's the bishop must be the husband of a wife, then that means no bachelors.
Right, he's got to be married.
Got to be married. And if it's a bishop must be the husband of his first wife, that means he can't have been divorced. Right. That's a prohibition. So a prohibition on polygamy, bachelorhood, or divorce. Like, those are all very different. and you could make, and people do make arguments for which is the proper way.
And I think that's where understanding the culture in which it's coming out of becomes
exactly
so vitally important.
Because if you look at that verse with Greek and Roman eyes, then you say one on polygamy. Yep. Yeah. I think that given the context of this, and also knowing what the law says about polygamy and stuff, which is allowed, right? I think that it is better translated his first wife. In other words, like if a man can't keep his marriage together, he should not be managing the congregation.
I would agree with you, and I think it probably, I think the standard there would be, given what we know about Jewish tradition, Judaism, is that he's got to be married and never have been divorced.
Yeah.
Right.
Or possibly a wife at least.
Right.
Because you got to be able to handle relationships.
Yep, absolutely.
So, but that will depend on whether we're looking at this with Greek or Hebrew eyes. We can read the same thing and come to very different conclusions. So, now, we don't have the gold plates.
Right.
Okay. We know that they were written in Hebrew with a different script, right? It was Hebrew written with Reformed Egyptian. Right. But it was still Hebrew. It's like, do you know what the Deseret alphabet is?
Yeah. Yep. I know what it is. Yep.
So
I don't know it, but I know what it is. Yeah.
The Deseret alphabet is not another language.
No.
It is English written with a different alphabet.
Right. Which is what...
And it is actually compressed compared to the Latin alphabet.
Which is what Reformed Egyptian was. It was Hebrew...
Right.
With a different alphabet.
That's exactly right. So even though we don't know, we don't have the plates to know, what was said, we can look in the Old Testament and see where the word more was written in the Old Testament, and we find a Hebrew word yoter, and like the Greek word mia that I just said about Timothy, like yoter has a range of meanings, and it can mean more, but also mean better or greater. Okay, and sometimes more and better are the same thing. More is better, right? But if I put these different senses of the word into a different sentence, they can mean different things. So, if I said King Solomon had more wisdom than any king before him, or King Solomon had greater wisdom than any king before him, those mean the same thing.
Right.
But if I now put it into the Book of Mormon sentence, ye shall offer up unto me no more shedding of blood, or you will offer up unto me no greater or no better shedding of blood.
Okay.
Then that means something different.
Right.
That means, so one means a prohibition on sacrifice, right, and also kind of a contradiction to what was previously revealed. The other way of looking at it and understanding that maybe the word could be better chosen, the other one is like a magnification of the awesomeness of the atonement which he just had performed. Like, you will offer to me no greater shedding of blood than what I have just done. Right? Okay. So, now we could go through the rest of that verse, but the idea is something like that, like what we did with Timothy, and what we did with more versus greater. With the rest of that verse, and I will freely admit that there are plenty of times in both the New Testament and the Book of Mormon where it seems like God has changed his plan. Like, if you read it within the way that we've been trained to read it, like, you can make a good argument, no doubt. But for me, I would rather wrestle with the verse a little bit and try to see if I can understand it in a Hebrew way that will harmonize with everything that was previously given. Okay. So that I don't have an inconstant, fickle God who can just change what was righteous one day into something that's unacceptable or wicked the next day. Right. So I don't want the definition, because as I said back at the beginning, like, sin is breaking the law, but if the law is changing, that means the definition of what sin is changing, which means the definition of what is righteous is changing.
No, that makes sense.
And I would rather wrestle with the scriptures and maybe look at something that maybe is a little less obvious of an interpretation, but that makes it harmonize with what was previously given.
That makes sense.
So we could go through the other parts of that, but you should just read my talk you can get the rest of it.
Is that something that you can maybe send me a link to, and I'll put it in the notes?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, perfect. That's great. Okay. So back to like what the law of Moses is. Like in LDS Sunday school, I remember very distinctly having this lesson, and we looked at like what we do on Sunday,
right,
to go to church and to worship. And the teacher told us about all these ways that we were actually breaking the law of Moses. For example, like breaking the bread for the sacrament into bite-sized pieces, breaking the law of Moses. Writing in your journal or in the scriptures, or writing a tithing slip, against the law of Moses. Tying your shoes, untying your shoes, tying your necktie and untying it. All those things are actually violations of the law of Moses. And he went through several others. And in one sense, that lesson was, it was eye-opening. It was kind of like, whoa, that crazy law of Moses, But I didn't know enough to know that none of those things are in the scriptures.
No.
Those are all rabbinic traditions that have been elevated. I wouldn't even say to the level of commandments. They're elevated above.
Nope.
Because they're traditions, and I don't want to say anything bad about traditions for tradition's sake. Like I said, traditions are necessary. Traditions are beautiful. But when traditions get elevated to the point of superseding commandments, then they are
Then there's
wrong.
a problem.
Then there's a problem. That's right. So all kinds of things that you've heard about, and you probably think about, like Christians think, like Jews say this is the law of Moses, and Christians agree. Yeah, that is the law of Moses. We don't want to do that. Eating meat and milk together, having separate utensils or even separate kitchens for meat and milk, and also one like separate things that are not contaminated with leaven for making matzah, for Passover. Washing your hands in a particular manner. Wearing the yarmulke or the kippah all the time. Making your Gentile servants work on the Sabbath, even though
right.
There's just a million things.
There's thousands of them.
And none of those are what God revealed to Moses.
Right.
Every single one of those is those things I listed are the traditions of the elders. And Jesus was criticized for breaking the traditions of the elders a lot of
Constantly.
time. Yeah. Right.
Yep.
So so where did these come from? Well, these traditions were alive and well in Jesus' day.
Mm-hmm.
But they were all written down after the temple was destroyed in Jerusalem. They, the priests and the rabbis are like, our temple's just been destroyed. We are not going to be able to keep the commandments as we understand them, and neither will our children. We don't see this being corrected anytime soon. So we'd better write all these things down so they don't get forgotten. And so they wrote down all of the oral traditions in a book called the Mishnah. It's actually several volumes, I guess. And then that was like from the time of the temple destruction till about 200 or so, and then from then to about 500 or so, the Gemara was written, which is like commentary on the Mishnah, and those together are what's called the Talmud. And this is the oral traditions. This is literally the traditions of the elders, like codified.
And I don't think that was started out of a bad spot, right?
Oh, absolutely.
I think that was started out of a feeling of necessity, because beforehand, Israel had a common land. They had common laws. Now, in the time of the diaspora, you are not going to be able to return to the temple. You are not going to be able to return to Israel anytime soon. So now I think the elders felt like we have to figure out a way to create social cohesion over vast expanses of space and time.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So I think that's where a lot of that comes from, was this desire to keep some sort of social cohesion.
Yeah. And they did. And they have.
And they've done a terrific job of it.
Yeah. Tremendous.
And there is certain beauty in some of those. One of the ones that I was fascinated with was the one about not having milk and meat together.
Mm-hmm.
And when I asked Joel's dad, Zeke, I was like, why do you do that? And he's like, you never mix life and death. Ever.
Yeah.
Ever. And I was like, I get that. Right? And so there are certain beauties in those, and I don't want to just discredit them whole cloth without giving them their props, so to speak, right?
Oh no. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you said that. Because there are beautiful things. Like, so my family, when it's a rabbinic tradition to light candles on the evening before the Sabbath. That is not commanded anywhere, but it's there are beautiful symbolisms with that. And also there's a tradition to have bread and wine at the beginning of every Sabbath, and they say these blessings, and like my family does that.
It's awesome.
But I just don't pretend or assert that those are commandments. Those are traditions with beautiful meaning. And if someone else doesn't do that, then I'm not going to hit them over the head with a copy of the Talmud and say this is a commandment that the rabbis gave us, and they have authority to change, or to add to the commandments that God gave.
Right.
So that's the perpetual difficulty. And I will say though that. Because I don't want to be a hypocrite, because someone will listen to this and be like, oh no, you told me something once. I'm sure that I have done that before though. That I have put too much emphasis, whether with my family or with my friends, and telling them about the way things are when they were not that way. So I apologize to anyone who I've done that to. Please forgive me. It's a constant battle.
Sure.
To keep ourselves right,
keep ourselves in check.
Yeah, absolutely. But Jesus didn't really like this.
No.
So I'm going to read from Mark chapter 7.
Okay.
Now, when the Pharisees gathered to him with some of the scribes who had come from Jerusalem, they saw that some of his disciples ate with hands that were defiled, that is, unwashed. For the Pharisees and all the Jews do not eat unless they wash their hands properly, holding to the tradition of the elders. And when they come from the marketplace, they do not eat unless they wash. And there are many other traditions that they observe, such as the washing of cups and pots and copper vessels and dining couches. And the Pharisees and the scribes asked him, why do your disciples not walk according to the tradition of the elders, but eat with defiled hands? And he said unto them, well did Isaiah prophesy of you, hypocrites, as it is written, this people honors me with their lips, but their heart is far from me. In vain do they worship me, teaching as doctrines the commandments of men. So, this is what, this was like the first message to Joseph Smith, right?
Right. They draw near to me with their lips, but their hearts are far from me.
Yeah. That's the quote from Isaiah too, right? They teach for doctrines the commandments of men.
Right.
And he goes on further. He said, you leave the commandment of God to hold to the tradition of men. And he said unto them, you have a fine way of rejecting the commandment of God in order to establish your tradition. And then he gives them, so this is one example, the washing of hands. He gives them another one. Verse 10, for Moses said, honor your father and your mother, and also whoever reviles father or mother must surely die. But you say, if a man tells his father or mother, whatever you would have gained from me is korban, that is, given to God, then you no longer permit him to do anything for his father or mother, thus making the word of God by your tradition that you have handed down, making void the tradition of the word, thus making void the word of God by your tradition that you have handed down, and many such things you do. So Jesus didn't have a lot of nice things to say about these traditions that were out of harmony with what was revealed by God to Moses. Right? He quotes Moses.
Right.
So here's another. He goes on to talk about what defiles a person, because the first thing was about eating with unwashed hands, right? And you need to, they say a prayer, right, and wash. They actually have this a pitcher with two handles, and you wash with one hand and then the other, and then you rinse, or whatever. And when my family celebrates Passover, too, and that's part of the Seder, we do that.
Right.
We wash our hands, rinse, wash, rinse, dry, and but again, it's just important not to realize that there's beautiful things about that. And Jesus does this at the Last Supper, but he does it to their feet, right?
Right.
He puts a towel on himself and he washes their feet before the Passover. So that's a beautiful thing too. That's also not a commandment, but Jesus does this beautiful thing. And so anyway, so it's fine to have beautiful traditions, but when you start saying your disciples are defiled because they're not keeping the tradition of the elders, then Jesus doesn't like that,
Then he hits back a little bit.
Then he hits back.
Yeah,
that's right. So here's the eye exam. And he called the people to him again and said, "Hear me, all you, and understand. There is nothing outside a person that by going into him can defile him, but the things that come out of a person are what defile him." And when he had entered the house and left the people, his disciples asked him about the parable. And he said unto them, "Then are you also without understanding? Do you not see that whatever goes into a person from outside cannot defile him, since it enters not into his heart, but into his stomach, and then is expelled?" And he said, "What comes out of a person is what defiles him. For within, out of the heart of man, come evil thoughts, sexual immorality, theft, murder, adultery, coveting, wickedness, deceit, sensuality, envy, slander, pride, foolishness." So I've heard this before, and even there are some Bibles some versions that will even add this in there. You read this with Greek eyes, and it says, Jesus says all foods are clean. Right? Go ahead and eat pork and the shellfish, and horses and snails and whatever. But that kind of entirely disregards the context, which is that Jesus is talking to a devout group of Israelites. Right. Misguided, because they love the traditions of the elders, but he's talking to devout Israelites. And what do you think they would say if he says, eating swine's flesh, eating horses, eating eagles, none of that will defile you?
It's going to upset. Yeah.
Yeah, that is actually clearly a violation of what Moses said.
Right.
What God said through Moses.
Right.
Okay, and Jesus in another place said, anyone who teaches you to break even the smallest commandment, anyone who breaks the smallest commandments and teaches other people to do that, they will be the least in the kingdom of heaven.
Right.
Jesus is not telling people. And also, let me back up. Even if you believed that Jesus did away with the law, you don't believe that he did away with the law yet. Right? And so if he had not yet done the atonement,
right, that's still
and he was encouraging people to break the kosher dietary laws, he would be a sinner, and then his sacrifice is invalidated because he's not a perfect sacrifice anymore. Right. Right. So by saying, "Oh, Jesus is saying everything, all food is clean," that is with Greek eyes and entirely ignoring the Hebraic context. So I'm going to give you, to help kind of you and maybe your listeners to understand this, I'm going to reframe Jesus' little parable here a little bit. So what if Jesus was speaking with some Mormons, and some of them were complaining that his disciples had not washed their temple garment in 2 days, and that they were defiling the garment and their covenants by disrespecting the garment. And then Jesus says to them, "There is no garment on the outside of a person that by wearing can defile him, but things that come out of a person are what defile him. And when he had entered the house and left the people, his disciples asked him about the parable. And he said unto them, Then are you also without understanding? Do you not see that whatever garment a person wears on the outside cannot defile him? And he said, What comes out of a person is what defiles him. For from within, out of the heart of man, come evil thoughts, sexual immorality, theft, murder, adultery, coveting, wickedness, deceit, sensuality, envy, slander, pride, foolishness. So let's say he spoke this to this group of Mormons who know about the temple and the garment. And then there's some Christians who don't know about those things, and they're reading this. And you see Jesus say, quote, There is no garment on the outside of a person that by wearing can defile him. What are you going to think? You're going to think Jesus is doing away with modesty standards.
Right.
Right? In dress, right? Tight, revealing, promiscuous clothing, garments, which are garments, are totally fine. It's what's on the inside that matters. Right? Christians don't know that when Jesus uses the word garment, that has a unique cultural meaning.
Right.
He's not referring to any old clothing that the heathens might be wearing. Likewise, when Jesus is talking about food, he's not talking about any old thing that the heathens might be eating.
I see what you're saying.
He's talking about things that Israelites are eating,
right,
which are clean.
I get it.
Jesus is not saying anything you eat is fine. He's saying the things that you do eat, even if it's with unwashed hands, that does not defile you.
Gotcha. No, that makes sense.
Okay?
Absolutely.
So, but if we look at it with Greek eyes, we're like, yeah, Jesus changed things and we can eat
whatever we want.
We can eat ham for Easter now because Jesus died or whatever, yeah?
Yep.
When we look at it with Hebrew eyes and understand the context, if we're originalists, then we realize, no, that's not what he's talking about at all. He's talking about just the condition of our heart versus the traditions of the elders.
Right. No, that makes sense.
Traditions of the elders versus the condition of our heart versus what the commandments say. Like, he's giving a sermon about how these things relate.
I gotcha. No, that makes perfect sense.
Okay. I mentioned this, but I'll read it now. In Matthew 5:17, Sermon on the Mount, because it's almost like Jesus could see the future.
Imagine that, huh?
It's almost like he could see the future, and he knew that people would make these accusations about the law changing, and about him teaching people that it's saying that it's okay to break the law.
Right.
He knew that people would say that. So in verse Matthew 5:17, he says, "Don't think that." He says, "I know what you're going to do, but don't think that." He says, "Think not that I am come to destroy the law or the prophets. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill." Yeah, and there's another eye exam in there. What does Jesus mean to fulfill the law? Right. Same thing when he says to John, we need to fulfill all righteousness. Like, it means I've come to do it, not to do away with it. Right. Right. For verily, continuing in Matthew, for verily I say unto you, actually this is interesting. He actually says right here how long the law will be in force. He says, for verily I say unto you, till heaven and earth pass away, not one jot or tittle shall in no wise pass from the law till all be fulfilled. Whosoever therefore shall break one of these least commandments and teach men so, he shall be called the least in the kingdom of heaven. But whosoever shall do and teach them, the same shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So, did Jesus do and teach the same? Yes. He did the commandments and taught them. And he did them actually better than anyone. Right. So he will be, by his own words, the greatest in the kingdom of heaven.
Gotcha.
One jot or tittle. Jot is the smallest Hebrew letter. It's a yod, and tittle is a little. It's like the dot on an I, or the cross on an F, or something like that. It's like some little mark that distinguishes between a dalet and a resh in the Hebrew alphabet.
Right.
A D and an R, they look very similar, but the dalet has a tittle, has a little tail on it, and the resh does not. So you're saying not even one letter from what was written will be changed or done away until heaven and earth pass away.
So he's basically setting the bounds that there is no out on this.
Yeah.
Right? These things are in force.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, it's actually interesting. Also in the Sermon on the Mount, he warns about false prophets who will come to you as wolves, like wolves in sheep's clothing. He says, beware of false prophets which come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravening wolves. Yeah. Now this goes along with the harmonization of the scriptures, and that things that come later have to harmonize with what came before. So that goes with like ideas and definitions of things too. And there's a principle which is useful. It's called the principle of first mention. And that is like when the scriptures use a term, if you want to know what that means, like you go back and look at when that term first appeared in the scriptures and go, and that will kind of enlighten you to what the later author is talking about. Okay? So, wolves, in fact, ravening wolves even, like the first time that's mentioned is in Ezekiel. Actually, Jesus is quoting from Ezekiel. So you want to know what false prophets are? Go to Ezekiel 22, verse 23 through 28. Ezekiel says, and the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, there is a conspiracy of her prophets in the midst thereof. Like a roaring lion ravening the prey, they have devoured souls. They have taken the treasure and the precious things, and they have made her many widows in the midst thereof. Her priests have violated my law. They have profaned my holy things. They have put no difference between the holy and the profane, neither have they showed difference between clean and unclean. They have shut their eyes from keeping my Sabbaths, so that I am profaned among them. Her princes in the midst thereof are like wolves ravening the prey, to shed blood and to destroy souls, to get dishonest gain. And her prophets have whitewashed these deeds for them with a false vision, and divining lies unto them, saying, thus saith the Lord God, when the Lord hath not spoken. So he says, conspiracy between the prophets, the priests, and the princes, and the roaring lion ravening and the wolf ravening. It says they abuse widows, they're thieves, and they also have violated my law and not taught people what the difference between clean and unclean, and have disregarded the Sabbaths, which the feasts are among the Sabbaths. So those are the false prophets that Jesus says beware of.
I was trying to find something in the teachings of the prophets, the teachings of the prophet Joseph Smith, and I'll find it and I'll put it on the website. But Joseph Smith actually says, look, if a prophet contends against or tries to change something that a former prophet said, it's the mark of a false prophet.
That's right.
And I think that is a very useful standard, not just in this discussion, but in all things, and looking and saying, does this man who claims to be a prophet, is he able to measure up to this? Because if he takes away or does away with anything that is contrary,
God said is forever. Yeah,
that's a dead giveaway.
Yeah, that is an axiom, right?
Yep.
Things must harmonize with what was given previously. So,
absolutely.
Okay, I'm almost done with my notes, although we could talk longer. But
no, you're good.
Now, I'm going to talk now about the big lie.
Okay.
The big lie, and this is in large part why Jews at least one big factor why Jews have not accepted Jesus as Messiah. And that is this idea that the law was done away. Because they were commanded to keep the law forever throughout their generations. And then these guys come along and say, actually, that whole covenant thing that God made with you and your ancestors to do this forever, like, you can still be part of the covenant without having to keep the terms of the covenant. And that just sounds crazy, and it is. So, okay. So we'll talk about Stephen first. So, of course, Stephen was stoned.
Right.
I'm gonna have you go for me to Acts chapter 6. Do you know what charge they stoned him on?
I do not. Not
That's
off the
okay.
top of my head.
You'll find it there. Acts chapter 6, verse, let's see, 10 through 14.
Okay. And they were not able to resist the wisdom and the spirit by which he spake. Then they suborned men, which said, We have heard him speak blasphemous words against Moses and against God. And they stirred up the people and the elders and the scribes, and came upon him, and caught him, and brought him to the council, and set up false witnesses, which said, This man ceaseth not to speak blasphemous words against the holy place and the law. For we have heard him say that Jesus of Nazareth shall destroy this place, and shall change the customs which Moses delivered us.
Okay, so keep that open. We're going to talk about a couple things. So it says they suborned men. So that is a legal term. That means to bribe or compel someone to commit a crime, like secretly, like to commit perjury.
Okay.
So they bribed these men to be false witnesses. And it says specifically, verse 13, says specifically Luke, who is the author of Acts, says these were false witnesses. And what did they testify? That Stephen and Jesus says, we have heard him say that Jesus of Nazareth shall destroy this place. Let's see. This is verse 13. Ceaseth not to speak blasphemous words against his holy place and the law. Right? And we've heard him say that Jesus will change the customs which Moses delivered to us. And Luke specifically tells us these were false witnesses. That was a lie. Stephen never said that, and Jesus never said that. But that is the charge that upon which they stoned him, was that he said the law would be done away or be changed.
Right.
Right? So, why did they stone him? Well, that goes to Deuteronomy chapter 13, which says, I'll just paraphrase this. It's basically one of the tests for, you can turn there if you like. It's one of the tests for a true prophet. And this goes to what Jesus said about false prophets. But in Deuteronomy 13, it says, even if there's a prophet who comes to you and works miracles, does wonders, tells the future, talks about visions and dreams they've had, but even if they do miracles and then they tell you, let's worship a different God, or they turn you away from the commandments and say, let's worship God in a different way, then they are guilty of blasphemy. And I am doing this to test you, to see if you will be faithful. So this is like, this is a marriage,
Right.
Israel is the bride.
Right.
The Lord is the husband. And there's other men out there. And so he's like saying, even if there's another guy who comes and he's got bigger biceps or seems to have, a better paying job, like, I expect you to be faithful to me, even if
Right.
Even if a prophet comes and they do something miraculous.
Right.
But they tell you to not be faithful to me, you will know that they are a false prophet.
Right.
And so, but then Christianity comes along and tells Judaism, hey, we got this guy. He did all these miracles. And guess what? He said, you don't need to be faithful in the way that God has commanded your ancestors to be faithful anymore. And but in Deuteronomy 13 it says, no, this is a test. And it might, ruffle some feathers, but I'll say that the way that Christianity is presented, Jewish people are being obedient to God in rejecting it. Because
sure, I can see that.
Yeah. So that was a lie. Luke says it was a lie. What they said, they stoned him anyway. And this is really ironic because Paul was involved directly, right? And usually when people, and there's been books written about this, about how Paul changed Christianity from being a sect of Judaism to the anti-Semitic, anti-law religion that it is now, right? And that Paul is really the one who said, the law is done away. He's the one who kind of proclaimed that.
Sure.
And so this is really this is really ironic because that what Luke says is what they suborned the false witnesses to say about Stephen and about Jesus, and this is getting said about Paul too.
So let me ask you this: if I'm trying to understand here. So are you making the assertion that Paul wasn't really an apostle, so to speak?
Oh, no. I believe he was an apostle, but he did not. He also did not do away or say that the law was done away.
Okay, so maybe some of Paul's words were twisted and
misunderstood. Yeah, okay. Actually, when you read the scriptures, the scriptures will quote other,
sure.
certain prophet will quote another prophet.
Sure.
All the time.
Yep.
So we have that. We have sometimes an author of scripture will even recommend something else.
Sure.
Malachi says
Jesus did it.
Yeah, Jesus says read Isaiah and read the other prophets, and Malachi says remember what Moses did. And so authors, they'll quote one another and recommend one another, but Paul is the only author that another author actually gives a warning about. Okay? So this is in 2 Peter. So if you want to go to 2 Peter there. Let's see. Should have turned here sooner. Okay, 2 Peter 3. Peter's talking about the second coming. Verse 14 there says, "Wherefore, beloved, seeing that you look forward for such things, be diligent that you may be found of him in peace, without spot and blameless." Talking about when the Lord comes again. And then he says in verse 15, "And account that the long suffering of our Lord is salvation, even as our beloved brother Paul," is on page 1554. Are you there? Okay. "Even as I'm in verse 15. Even as our beloved brother Paul also, according to the wisdom given unto him, has written unto you, as also in his epistles." So in his writings, he's also talked about these things, "speaking in them of things in which are some things hard to be understood, which they that are unlearned and unstable wrest, as they do the other scriptures, unto their own destruction. Ye therefore, beloved, seeing that ye know these things before," in other words, I'm warning you about reading the letters of Paul, because they have things that are hard to understand and things that are wrested and twisted. So But in verse 17, seeing that you know these things beforehand, beware lest ye also, being led away with the error of the wicked, fall from your own steadfastness.
Wow.
Now the error, in the word there for wicked is I don't have the Greek right in front of me, but it is translated in other places in other versions as lawlessness. So he says, in Paul there are things that are hard to be understood. Some people twist them, and I'm warning you ahead of time. When you read the letters of Paul, don't get trapped in the error of lawlessness. And fall from your steadfastness, your faithfulness to the word. Now, so Paul is actually accused of this all the time, and he knows that he's accused of this. But he has this when you read the letters of Paul, he almost seems like multiple personalities sometimes, because he's going back and forth between like, what good is the law? Nothing at all. Like, it's by grace. Does that mean? But then he's like, does that mean that we get rid of the law? No way. We keep the law.
Right.
And so he has this very fine line that he's drawing between trying to get people to understand that the law does not save them, that is Messiah's job, which is true. And on one hand, and on the other hand, saying that the Torah, the law, is still applicable and good, and we will be blessed if we keep this. But that's not what saves us. Jesus is what saves us. But still, these things are expected of us, and we will be blessed if we walk in this way.
Gotcha.
So I'll read just one thing, maybe two things. Well, we'll do one thing in Acts. Acts chapter 21.
Okay.
Let's see. Yeah, 21. Let's see, verse 18. Okay, so now Paul has just been on one of his missions, and he's coming back to Jerusalem to report. And starting verse 18, and the day following, Paul went in with us unto James, and all the elders were present. And when he had saluted them, and declared particularly what things God had wrought among the Gentiles by his ministry, and when they heard it, they glorified the Lord, and said unto him, Thou seest, brother, how many thousands of Jews there are which believe, and they are all zealous for the law. Okay, so it's like there's a bunch of converts here, and they are zealous, like they love the law and think of the law the same way that we do. Actually, they, James and all the apostles, they were all Jews, and they loved the law too. They felt like what the psalmist said, that the law is sweet and delicious and good and righteous and better than gold. So he says, you see all these thousands of Jews which believe, and they are zealous for the law. Verse 21, and they are informed of thee, or about thee, that thou teachest all the Jews which are among the Gentiles to forsake Moses, saying that they ought not to circumcise the children, and neither to walk after the customs. What is it therefore? The multitude must needs come together, for they will hear that you are come to Jerusalem. Do therefore this. They have a plan. They're like, word has been getting around. This lie that was told about Stephen with these false witnesses has been getting around about Paul as well. And so they come up with a plan. This is what we're going to do to show everyone that this lie is not true. That, yes, it is a change in the way that we have to think. Because we've been focusing on the law, and now Messiah has come, and we need to realize that salvation is in him and not in the law.
Not in the law. Right.
Yeah. So there is this shift, and it's not what we were expecting. And Jesus didn't conquer the Romans, and so but he fulfilled these other prophecies, And so there definitely is a shift in thinking, but it doesn't mean that we're abandoning the scriptures. We understand them a little differently. But word is getting around that, Paul, that you're telling people to avoid, to abandon the law, to forsake Moses, it says, and not to circumcise, and not walk after the customs. So, verse 23, this is their plan. Do therefore this that we say to thee. We have 4 men which have a vow on them. So these are men who have taken a Nazirite vow. Okay, and you do this Nazirite vow, and then you don't cut your hair like Samson and stuff. Right. And then when your vow is completed, then you're supposed to go to the temple and offer offerings, and this will complete your vow. This is intimately connected with the law of Moses. So he says, we have 4 men which have a vow on them. Take them and purify thyself with them, and be at charges with them, that they may shave their heads, and all may know that those things whereof they were informed concerning thee are nothing, but that thou thyself also walkest orderly and keepest the law. So, do this. We're going to have you pay for, and you be at charges with them. You are going to pay for their offerings. You're going to take them to the temple. Everyone's going to purify themselves. We're going to do this public thing so that everyone knows that the rumors that they were informed about are nothing, but that you walk orderly and keep the law, and also encourage other people to keep the law too. Now they do that, and but the lie is too strong. They do that, and this is when Paul gets arrested, because they go there to the temple. There's a big riot. Right. They're like, this man is, is a blasphemer, and he's desecrating the holy place. Paul's like, no. The Romans come in, and Paul's arrested. And, it goes from there. But this lie was applied to Stephen. False witnesses, like it says flat out. Here in Acts, we read about this lie, this rumor that was about Paul. We read in Peter where he warns the people who are reading Paul's letters. He says there are things that are hard to understand, but don't get pulled into the error of lawlessness because of the things that Paul said. That's not what he's saying. But his converts were Greek, right, and Roman and whatever, and eventually. And this is part of the great apostasy. At the count, there was all kinds of persecution of the Jews and early Christians. Yep. But the Jews in particular. And what happened is the Christians, who are largely Gentiles, started to see what was happening to the Jews under the Roman authority, and said, "We are going to distance ourselves from our Jewish brothers and sisters, so that we can avoid persecution. We're gonna cave to government pressure. That's not familiar. To avoid persecution." Okay, and so they did that, and then a couple centuries go by, and eventually, like Constantine, says, we're gonna make, who was a sun worshiper till the day he died, but he says we're gonna make. He makes a political move. Christianity is going to become the official religion of the Roman Empire, and they hold the first council. Yep, it was the Nicene Council, like 350 or something. Yep, 350 or 380. 350, I think. Anyway, in that council, all of the Jewish bishops are officially uninvited. We're not having any Jewish representatives. Only Greek and Roman bishops and representatives are allowed. And, they come up with the Nicene Creed, which as a Mormon has some problems, but not that many. The Nicene Creed is we believe in Jesus, that he came, that he was born of a virgin, that he, was crucified, rose to the end of the third day, and ascended into heaven. And but the other things that are decided at the Nicene Council are that Christians are supposed to have nothing to do with anything Israelite. And in fact, we want to have
a clean break.
We officially want to have no single point in common with the Jews.
Right.
So we're gonna keep our feasts differently. We're going to command everyone not to observe the Sabbath. Like, you must work on the Sabbath if you're a Christian. You cannot celebrate Passover, celebrate Easter with Passover and the way that the Jews do it. We're going to come up with our own way to calculate the dates, and like every single thing. Like, we're gonna get rid of Hebrew scriptures. Everything's going to be written in Greek.
It was an abandonment of all things Jewish.
Every possible thing that we can come up to make ourselves different, that is what the new Christian church under Constantine's direction, that is what we are officially going to do. As the official position of the church is, we are not Israelite in any way. And that was, in my view, that was a big part of the Great Apostasy.
Oh, it would have had to have been, right? Because again, if you can discredit the origins of Jesus's time and place, you can then rewrite it however you want.
That's right.
That best suits you. And let's not forget that Constantine's move was a political one, right? There is a certain amount of expediency in being monotheistic, right? It makes being able to...
much easier to...
Yeah, it's much easier to get everybody in under that same banner. So, no, it absolutely was a huge part of the Great Apostasy. So, let me ask you this. What is it you have gained as a Mormon from going back to these Jewish roots?
Yeah. I mean, I think there's like this richness to understanding the scriptures, for one. There's all kinds of references in all the scriptures to things that are foundational in the Old Testament, that if you don't go back to these roots,
right.
If you don't go back to the roots, then you don't really understand what you're doing or why the scriptures are saying this or that thing, and I think you just miss out. There's a lot of richness there, and I have felt that it has been a blessing to me and my family to like the feasts in particular are beautiful things, and to have this like annual cycle where we go through and reminded of each of these times when God blessed our ancestors, and these feasts and how they point towards the atonement in various ways, and it's just so fulfilling and meaningful, and tying, and it's also there's the advantage, I think, of tying yourself to a written standard instead of going off and being led about by every wind of doctrine, being tossed to and fro, right? We have roots. I have this, on the back of the book here, I have a little quotation from Jacob chapter 5 where he says, part of the problem with the vineyard is that the branches are outgrowing the roots.
Right.
They become lofty, and they've gotten bigger than the roots will allow them to. And there's lots of ways to interpret parables, and I don't want to say that. And I think all of them are valid, but one interpretation is that the roots of the tree, which is Israel, right, and God's people,
right.
The roots of the tree are these ancient things written in the Torah, and we do not want to detach ourselves from that and grow bigger.
Wild.
Get too big for our britches, so to speak. Yeah, you can become wild. That's right. Another thing, and this kind of goes to my my idea about the different branches of Mormonism. like when I was in the LDS church, when I would read the parable of the vineyard in Jacob 5, I thought that the LDS church was the whole tree.
Right. Yeah. It's funny how that gets phrased, isn't it?
Yeah. But the way I look at it now is that the LDS church is a branch. It's a big branch, but it's a branch on the tree. And there's all these other branches too. But you know what? They all share a trunk and the roots, right? And so, and I think that if these different branches can connect themselves to the trunk and the roots, which are our Israelite heritage, and the Torah, the written word of God, the law, so to speak, then they'll bring forth good fruit, no matter which branch they're on.
Right.
And that's the other thing that I've come to realize with this interpretation of the parable is that it's not the job of the branches to declare whether the fruit on another branch or even on their own branch, like the branches don't declare whether the fruit is good or not. That is the Lord of the vineyard. He's the one that comes and looks at each branch and declares, right, this is good fruit, this is worth saving, or this is bad fruit, wild fruit, disconnected from the roots. It's gonna be burned. Right. So I think it's fine to let everyone grow on whatever part of the tree they've been grafted into or planted on, and that that's another. This is just another part of my worldview now. Is I knew from the time I was a child. Like we read the Book of Mormon, and it's like on the title page it says this is for the Jews, right, and the Gentiles and the Lamanites. And I think about the Jews, and we want to get them to join the church, but the scriptures don't really say that. Like the scriptures say it's actually the other way around. Like the church, the Gentiles need to be grafted into Israel, and not Israel grafted into the church. Right. So that's, I think, important to remember too, that we are, whether by lineage or by adoption, we want to be grafted into Israel, and we want to be Israelites, and we want to do the things that the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the God of Israel, has commanded us. And it's that can be kind of overwhelming sometimes. And I will say one other thing too, and this is not exactly answering your question, but it took me a long time to come to where I am, and also to kind of incorporate the different feasts and stuff. And it took a long time to give up sausage too, but sausage and bacon. But there's turkey bacon and turkey sausage that's really good. So,
is it really good, or should I just quit?
Oh no, it's good. I don't know. I mean, that's up to you. But I think that looking at things with Hebrew eyes, Israelite eyes, is a powerful sense of identity, and also there's a powerful sense, for me anyway, going back to the lectures on faith, there's a powerful sense of the third qualification for having faith. So if you remember, it says there are three things necessary for any person to exercise faith in God unto life and salvation. Might be a paraphrase here. One is the idea that God exists. Two, a correct idea of his character and attributes. Three, a knowledge that the course of life that you're pursuing is in accordance with his will.
So you feel like by tying yourself back to these Judeo roots, you feel like that's giving you a clear path.
A clear path. That's right. And I'm not worried anymore about the decrees and whims of men, right. And whether my leader is saying this, but it doesn't seem to match. And I don't know, I guess I'll just go with the leader, which is good. I mean, I don't want to have to say anything against leaders because hierarchy and leadership is how we get things done. And and I'm independent now, so I kind of miss that, to be honest. There's some really good things about leadership, but there are bad things that can come with it too. We've talked about the abuses. So leadership needs to be tethered to the word so that it can't just run free.
It gives you a good litmus test, right? All the way around.
Yes, that's right.
That written law provides a litmus test to which, if you vary outside of that,
yep.
And let's face it, as far as litmus test goes, the Judeo model might be one of the best around, right? I mean, it has survived eons, and it has been responsible for the flourishing of many civilizations.
Oh, yeah.
So as far as a litmus test, I'm not sure there's a better one out there.
Yeah. I do want to say one more thing, too, is that in Mormonism, like we talk about the higher law, we kind of mentioned this a little bit, the higher laws and the Melchizedek things and Melchizedek temples, and nothing that I've said should be construed to go against any of that in the least. Like, I believe that the higher laws are all good and essential things too, but that we never graduate from the lower law and trade it, that they're supposed to be together, that the keys of the priesthood consist of getting the will of God and in offering sacrifices, like Joseph said. Like, they go together, and you have to have because God is not only interested in our salvation as individuals, or maybe even as families, like our own enlightenment. Like, he wants us to have a good society, right? And having a culture, a society, a culture, a nation requires, quote, the lesser law. You have to know what to do when someone steals,
right?
And when someone commits murder, and when there's manslaughter, and when someone is lying, and there has to be judges and courts. And ideally, we would all be celestial beings and wouldn't need that, but we are not angels, right? So we have laws.
Yep.
and there's also these Melchizedek things, and sealing, and endowment, and these higher principles that are good too. But I don't believe that those should ever be seen as contradicting.
Gotcha. No, that makes sense.
Nor that one is a curse and the other is a blessing.
Correct.
It is true that when Moses came down with the tablets, right, it says they had the high. Well, it actually says, a lot of times when we read it, we think that it says that it had the Melchizedek stuff on it, and then Moses broke it, and then went up and got the Aaronic stuff. But if you read carefully what it says, it actually says that it had both Aaronic and Melchizedek stuff. And he broke it, and then God had him rewrite it, everything that was on the first, same stuff, minus the Melchizedek stuff. So the Aaronic stuff was there all along, and it was intended to be given together with the Melchizedek stuff. But they were cursed not with the Levitical law, they were cursed with
the absence,
being denied the Melchizedek.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
You understand?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes perfect sense. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So let's say someone wanted to get an idea of how to do a Seder meal. They wanted to see the Passover. They want to know how to keep some of these things. Where do they go?
They can come to Zarahemla Foundation.
And how do they find you?
You know what? I think that we have a page on the fellowship locator, which is mosely the Denver Snuffer thing. So we have a page on there. So we're in Lehi.
Okay.
So Lehi is Zarahemla Foundation. You can look on the Snufferite fellowship locator, or I'll give my phone number
that's your call, bro. But
maybe not.
Yeah.
Well, I think that it's actually on there. So
I think there's a Facebook page too, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah, actually there is. I don't have Facebook, so I don't keep track of that. There is a Facebook page. Actually, that's probably the best.
Okay.
So my wife Melissa, she kind of monitors that.
Perfect.
Facebook page, Zarahemla Foundation. Everyone is welcome to come to our feasts and come see what we do and learn how to do it and learn why we do it. and we usually get pretty good crowd. Like we usually have 60 or 70 people
Nice.
come to these things from all kind of branches of Mormonism, and so it's a good time.
So I got a question for you. What is the next major feast day coming up?
Yeah, that's a good question. The next one is going to be Feast of Trumpets.
And when is that?
And that's going to be in end of September.
Okay.
So that's Rosh Hashanah. That's around the time when, and then shortly after that is, actually it might be towards the end of September, beginning of October. I don't have the date right in front of me, but we'll post that, on the website, the Facebook page and whatever.
I got a question for you. I would love to have you back on like a week before each feast day.
Oh, yeah.
And do like
dive into the symbolism.
Of what's there. Are you interested in that at all?
Yeah, I would be. Like if I'm available, which I would try to make myself available.
Yeah,
I would love that.
And we can dive in and we can kind of talk about what the symbolism is and what it is, so that we can get a real good understanding of what's going on.
Okay.
And then, because I think it would be a nice primer, mainly for me, to dive into those and then go see it, right? When you host those things. Yeah. And then maybe be able to put that all together and see what it looks like, if you're interested. Yeah. I understand you're busy.
I'd be interested in that.
So, but yeah, if you'd be up for it, I would sure like to have you back on to do that.
I'd love that.
Yeah. All right.
I look forward to that.
Awesome. Is there anything else you wanted to go over?
No, that's more than I intended. And
bro, we've been at this for 4 hours and 30 minutes. You set a record, my man. It was awesome.
Oh my goodness.
No, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. I'm glad we did it. So, all right. Well, Josh, again, man, I appreciate you being here. So,
okay, my pleasure.
All right, folks, go check it out. The Zarahemla Foundation. We'll talk to you next time. Bye.